Are we there yet? Cool. 1, 2, 3, 4, 2, 3. Yes, I'm starting slightly early tonight. Oh well, deal with it. This is what happens when you decide to go live and, you know, not pre-record. Streams are sometimes early, streams are sometimes late. Stream. Meh. Anyway, hello people. And those of you that identify as things other than people. Wait, what? Yeah, don't ask. I remember years ago, I knew somebody who said they identify as a helicopter. Meh. Anyway, yeah, tonight we get to do Prophecy, which was kind of a weird set because, if you take a look at what you see on the screen right away, like, you're gonna see some really odd cards. There's a few things that get... There's a few things that were part of the theme of Prophecy. One was a card like Rhystic Shield, where you get an effect unless somebody pays a cost. Wait, what? What did I just see? Oh. Holly, get your adverbs here. I'm never gonna stop that. Usually the Rhystic cards were get a thing and then get an additional bonus if you pay, you know, unless somebody else pays a cost. For example, Rhystic Shield, which we'll get to in a moment. Creatures you control get +0/+1 till end of turn. And then extra +2 toughness boost, unless somebody pays 2. Sometimes it's just outright you don't get, you know, if they pay a cost, you get nothing. But sometimes it's you get something and you get a better version of it unless somebody pays a cost. A second was lands getting blown up as like a cost or something like that. For example, Jeweled Spirit. Sacrifice 2 lands to give it protection from artifacts or the color of your choice till end of turn. Also, hi Holly. I don't remember if I said that or not. So those are two very common themes that you'll see in Prophecy. Plus, you'll also see things like Samite Sanctuary, where it's like, here's an ability that anybody can play. Well, fine, I'm saying it again. Hi, Holly. So deal with it. For those that are wondering what's going on between me and Holly, we've known each other for more than a couple of decades. Yeah, so I get to tease her every so often about stuff like that. More than a couple of decades. That's enough. And tonight we get to start on, we like I said, we're working on Prophecy, which is one of the least popular sets in general in the game, but it's got some really odd, unusual stuff. Let's just fast forward to like the most commonly played cards in Prophecy that are in white. And you get cards like Abolish, which is really good, because that's also something, like, there's a few things going on with Prophecy. abolish, there was, I think, one or two cards that had like an alternate cost. Hello, Aku. Do I call you Aku or do I call you Aku Aku? Wait. Okay, there is a card called Aku something in Magic. Just making sure I'm not misremembering things. I don't know if that's where you got your name. Fair. I don't know if that's where you got your name from. That's the first thing that goes through my mind because I've been playing Magic for over 30 years. I'm trying to remember, is that a Zelda thing? Oh, Crash Bandicoot. Never got into Crash Bandicoot. I did very little console gaming, unfortunately. Yes. Okay, see you in a minute, Holly. Gemstone Caverns, I would not generally recommend it in something that runs less colors. It's not useless. You can use it as you can simply use it as a fancy waste. So you could put it in a colorless deck. Like if you're basing it off of something like Kozilek, for example. You would have to have a reason to actually play it. You'd have to have a reason to play this over and above something else. I would generally prefer enter the battlefield tapped dual lands because what makes Gemstone Caverns good in other constructed formats, like tournament-based formats, like Modern, for example, is the fact that you can run 4 copies of it. And if you need an extra dual land for whatever reason that enters untapped, then Gemstone Caverns, especially if you want to start the game with an extra land in play, kind of like how, kind of like the ley lines, for example, before the first turn even starts. If you need that extra mana boost for some kind of combo deck, then Gemstone Caverns should be at least on your radar. Especially if you're not able to play Elvish Spirit Guide and Simian Spirit Guide and the like. In general, I would not bother in Commander. There's some decks that are going to want it for sure. But usually I would see that, and I would see something like I would see it as a, honestly, in general, I would. What color scheme are you looking at? And don't forget, Flagstones of Trocare has its own thing going on. Blue-white. Have you considered, for example, like, I don't know what your deck list looks like at all, but have you considered, for example, the manlands, like Celestial Colonnade and Restless... Is it Restless Anchorage? I think it's Restless Anchorage. I have seen it before. I don't remember having seen it, but if you're looking for another land to run, people often forget about Moxfield. Copy link. Paste and go. I think the first thing I want to see is do that. 24 white, 18 blue. This is slightly heavier on white, but not by much. Command Terror, Deserted Beach, Verge. So, personal opinion, I don't like the cycle like Skyclad Expanse, but that's a me thing. Straight Tree Lines. Alright. Really? Okay. So what Legendary Lands are there? No, but it doesn't. Like it turns colorless into colored mana, but you don't need colorless mana to activate it. That one there simply means that any mana can be used to activate it. Sure. Also because your life total starts off so high in Commander compared to other games. Oh, you have Outer Carways. Okay. I did not see it earlier on. Alright, what interesting mana value less than 1. That should work. Okay. Either version of Eigenjo is good. Flagstones, how many planes of any sort are you running? Because it doesn't have to be basic planes. 1, 2, 3. Do you not have any basics in your deck? Oh, there. 3 planes. I would feel less happy with flagstones if you're only running 3 planes. Are you running the Shockland? Because I don't remember seeing it. Hallowed Fountain. Yeah, you're running the Shockland. Yeah, but it doesn't do anything interesting until then. Yeah. Do you have any random changelings in here? That's a shame. I was thinking if you had Crystal Skull and Ballad. Ballad is not ringing a bell. Oh, Ballad of the Black Flag. Mill 3 may return. Okay. I apologize about my nose right now. It's being kind of... Where the hell's the Crystal Skull? I'm not seeing you. There you are. You may look at the top card of your library. God damn it, stop running away. Top card at any time you may play historic lands and cast explore spells from the top of your library. That's cute. Oh! If you're doing stuff like that, have you looked into, have you looked into this thing at all? It's another mana rock that you can play that's also a form of removal. And it's also an artifact. It looks like it's going to do a few things that you have an interest in. But, but it sounds like what you want. There's at least one. Cool. Calciform pools could do something that you're looking for. But yeah, ideally you want legendary. Nimbus Maze. But you know, you want to be historic. I wonder, do they have that as an option? Yes, they do. Razortide Bridge. It's not nothing. It's not what you're looking for, but it's not nothing. Yeah, the thing is, you're playing Commander. Entering tapped is not generally that big a deal. Like, people worry about lands entering tapped, I think, in Commander a bit too much. You have 1, 2, 3. You've got 3 lands that are going to enter tapped. I don't think that's that big a deal. Wait a sec. From among them. Damn. Add 1 mana of any color among legendary creature cards in your graveyard. Yeah. Yeah, that's not completely unreasonable. Skrelv, Cloud, Thelia, Boromir, Loran, Venat, Gisela, Tashar, Bruna, Elishnorn, Avacyn, monstrosity. Aquapakal. Crystal Skull. No, not Crystal Skull. Pippin. That's 14. Capitoline Triad makes 15. Yeah. Yeah, Grey Havens, you're going to have, like, you've got 1 in 7 cards basically triggers it. So it taps for colorless, or it will at some point tap for either color. I would, plus it scries when it comes into play, which is not useless. What else we got that's interesting? Yep. Yeah. To be fair, if you're looking to manipulate the top of your deck, Rivendell, you know, Rivendell is really good. You also have access to what's Castle Ventress, I think it is. Which you don't have, which is not legendary, but yeah, I'm aware. I'm getting there. But still, being able to scry every turn. Being able to scry every turn, even if it's not legendary. You know, one thing I like to point out to people is that my decks that are commons only. So for something like, let's just pull up this one. It doesn't need to be any specific deck. Just make sure you're still in here. Oh. Yeah, okay. I have Scare Tiller in here. And so the big thing about Scare Tiller is that, you know, it lets me get lands from my graveyard back into play. And if it's some kind of fetch land, like, let's say, the Capenna auto-sack lands, I can get lands back into play. You know, if it's a Capenna auto-sack land, it comes back into play, dies again. I gain a life and fetch another basic out of my deck. Well, here's the thing. This particular, like, I'm specifically looking at decks that like, my decks that run Scare Tiller, most of them are only commons. So you don't have access to the double trigger shenanigans. However, to make Scare Tiller work, I've only got about 3 or 4 support cards. Because I find I don't need a lot. It's not because I draw a lot or whatever. It's just I don't need a lot much of the time. What I generally end up running for that is, let's see if I can find them here. Holdout Settlement, Survivor's Encampment, and and Springleaf Drum, and I think maybe one other card. And that usually ends up being enough to support one card. So if you want to add one card that does a thing, if you've got like 3 or 4 cards that do it. Alrighty. I'll see you in a couple of hours. Yeah, Holly, you didn't exactly miss much as of yet. Alright, see you in a bit, Aku. Alright. So, Sheltering Prayers. Sheltering Prayers I can see being a card that... I can see being a card that doesn't see a lot of Commander play and doesn't have a lot of interest in Commander, because usually to get underway, like 2 and 3 is like where you're starting your mana. Like, you start casting, like, I was watching the most recent Commander Clash from MTG Goldfish on their Commander channel, where everyone was playing Jumbo Cactuar in their decks and, you know, building around that option. And incidentally, one of the players won with Mill, which was hilarious. And the thing about that, watching that episode, was they got 2 games in, and I think on one of the games they didn't actually start casting anything, even ramp spells, until like turn 3. And that's, you know, when you're playing a card like Sheltering Prayers, hitting 3 lands, you were just getting started to cast, you know, being able to do stuff. So that's kind of awkward. This is more... This is a card that you play when you're running a low number of lands in your deck in the first place. So I would expect this to be more heavy on the Soul Ring, Mana Crypt, Mox Opal, you know, every Mox that you can think of that you can run sort of plan. So I would expect this more to be... I think if somebody is playing this card, I'm thinking they're playing a high bracket 3, if not a bracket 4 deck. You know, unless there's a really good reason not to. Possibly monocolored. Where do I see this? Possibly monocolored. So I'm looking at, it's probably a monocolored deck. It's going to run as much cheap artifact ramp as you can get your hands on. And it doesn't have a lot of lands in it, so we're looking at cards like Balance and Balancing Act and Restore Balance to keep the game to the level where they want it. I'm expecting a deck that runs Sheltering Prayers to be a bracket 3 or 4 deck. Or, sorry, bracket 4 or 5 deck, I should say. I am not expecting this at the bracket 2 levels because 3 lands, they're just casting their first Cultivator or similar effect. Their first Cultivate, their first Manalith, etc., etc. Yeah, Holly, I mean, I see that comment. The thing is, that's more relevant when you're looking at 60 card formats as well. When you're, and to be fair, a 60 card format, you know, if you have to worry about somebody running Pillage and Stone Rain and possibly Befoul and everything else under the sun, then yeah, Sheltering Prayers is going to be relevant. But if you're looking at just, you know, your random, you know, if you're looking at a commander, like this is not seeing commander play unless you're playing with like a bunch of, unless you've got a low land count, and you have a low land count because you've got other ways to support having a low land count. If you're playing, like, here's the thing, even if you're playing elves, you're probably still playing at least 30 lands. Yeah, but Dredge isn't going to run basic lands. That's the problem I see here. This only affects basic lands. Dredge is gonna run, you know, I was gonna say Attica Wastes. Dredge is gonna run, you know, Deckmore Salvage. Right. Now you see the problem. It only affects basic lands. And only works as long as somebody's got 3 or less lands in play. So as soon as you hit your 4th land, this turns off. Which also means you're going to want some way to be able to sacrifice lands. Yeah. I mean, to be fair, this existed a very, very long time before. Terra Eternal, I think, is the card you're thinking of. Yeah. This is also 3 mana compared to the 1 mana that Sheltering Prayers is. And I am not going to mention names due to the fact that, you know, I don't know if they want them their name blasted out on the internet. But the reason I remember this is because of Evangelize! Holly will get that reference. Almost nobody else will get that reference. And that's the point for me making that comment. Yeah, somebody we know has a very distinctive voice and got that as their big splashy rare from, I think it was the Time Spiral pre-release. Time Spiral or Planar Chaos. I think it was Planar Chaos, actually. And everybody else was, you know, he's like, everybody else was cracking like a Chroma and Disintegrate and everything else, and that's, he got evangelized, and well, yeah. That being said, Jeweled Spirit is actually really good because it will stop. Yeah, Jeweled Spirit was actually kind of good for a few things. Like, first of all, if you go back a moment to Sheltered, what was it called? Sheltered Prayers. You want a way to be able to sacrifice lands. Jeweled Spirit does give you a way to sacrifice lands. Yeah. you're basically paying 1 mana, because at that point 4 mana for a 3/3 flyer was fair. You're basically paying 1 mana for a way to give it protection from anything, basically, that did not involve paying mana. Yes, you sacrifice 2 lands, but the lands could be tapped. Exactly. Which also means that you can bring yourself back to less than 4 lands. Which suddenly means that whatever land, like you could do that in response to something like a strip mine effect and turn around and go, cool. Yeah, no. By the way, my guy's got protection from blue till end of turn. Jeweled Spirit does have its uses. In the context of Prophecy, it was actually pretty good. If you understand how, like, if you understand how Prophecy was designed to work. If you understand what, yeah, Prophecy cared about lands largely. Well, and Prophecy was the kind of set where it's like you could get like a big threat on the board, sacrifice your lands for fun and profit. We didn't even have crew, and the thing is, the first card, as far as I'm aware, the first card to allow you to get your lands back from your graveyard, allow you to replay the lands that are in your graveyard, was Crucible Worlds in 5th Dawn. That's 2000. I don't remember any cards that let you replay lands from your graveyard before this. That's 2004. This is 2000, so it would still be another 4 years. And it was 4 lands, or 4 years. Did you actually get to replay lands? Oh, I think you kind of did. No, you got it back to your hand. I mean, you kind of, yeah. Kind of yes, kind of no. But Jeweled Spirit, plus it's a spirit which is not a, it's not an unsupported tribe. It's actually got a decent amount of support to it. This is one of those cards that I think, again, this is one of those cards you have to build your deck knowing that this is in your deck. You don't just plug this into any deck. You have to not necessarily build around it, but kind of like the Scare Tiller that I mentioned a few minutes ago. You have to build your deck knowing that it's in there. Because Scare Tiller, I generally have Springleaf Drum, Ally Encampment, Holdout Settlement, and Survivor's Encampment. There we go. Because I know, like, there's still good cards regardless. But I put them in my deck because Scare Tiller wants to be tapped. Turn 1 Lotus Petal, Forest, Rogue Elephant, sack Forest when Elephant enters, tap. Turn 2 drop Forest, sack Petal, add green, play Hyrule Storm. Yeah, there's easier ways to do that. You're not wrong. You can wait to play the pedal until turn 2 then. But yeah, Jeweled Spirit, again, I wouldn't play it in, I wouldn't just jam it into a deck. But if I have, you know, I wouldn't have a problem with somebody playing the, putting it in their deck and building their deck. Like I said, you don't have to build around it, but your deck needs to be built recognizing the fact that it's going to be in there. It's, it's not the same thing. It's Jeweled Spirit, like if your deck already makes use of the fact that lands are being sacrificed, for example. Jeweled Spirit is not a bad ad, because it will survive like most of the red mass removal, for example. Hilariously, if somebody tries to target you with, target one of your lands with Starve Extinction, you can sacrifice it and another one and counter the entire Starve Extinction, because Starve Extinction has a target. Destroy target land. If that land is made... Holly, for you, I will reference this document that I have posted. TLDR, there are certain cards that I use for mental shortcuts, because they do something specific I am looking for. Starve Extinction specifically comes up because that falls in this section here. Chain Reaction, Starve Extinction, or Blasphemous Act as a board wipe that deals damage to all creatures. The reason Starve Extinction here is specifically coming up is because it also targets a land. And the fact that it targets a land, if you have Jeweled Spirit out and they target one of your lands, you can sacrifice it to the spirit plus one other, because this has a target. Well, as soon as a spell that has targets has no legal targets, the entire spell gets countered. So sacrificing the land can turn around and counter the entire board wipe. Saberins. That's adorable. I would have said Hornet Nest, but yeah. But yeah, I tend to use certain cards as for mental shortcuts. It doesn't mean they're the only cards that do what I need. It's those are the first cards. Yeah, exactly. It's just these are the first cards that I find that do the thing I'm looking for. If I need a card in a blue deck to give haste, you know, Akruma's Memorial jumps at me and goes, hey, by the way, I give haste. I commonly don't care about, like, it gives it like 7 abilities. Flying, First Strike, Vigilance, Trample, Haste, Protection from Black, Protection from Red. If you split the protections up into two separate ones, which the original print did. That's 7 abilities. You know, so if you're looking at a blue deck and you suddenly need haste, well, cool, blue, thunk. I know, a blue deck getting haste is kind of silly. Oh, by the way, it's also an artifact. Blue really works well with artifacts. I'm sure you can figure out something to do with it from there. Anyway. Yeah, the other 6 abilities that it grants, in that context, I don't care. It's just I suddenly need something to give all my, you know, to give my stuff haste. Thunk. Blue deck, haste. Okay, done. Are there other cards to do it? Sure. Probably a lot less expensive. You know, Crashing Drawbridge. Yeah, if I just need haste, especially if I've got a way to untap this, which I'm playing blue, I probably do. Cool. But, you know, it's the first card that jumps out in my head for an effect like that. Or I'm playing green and I have a large swath of big, beefy, you know, dinosaurs or whatever. I'm building Dinosaur Tribal. Actually, I am building Dinosaur Tribal. Slowly and surely. Where was it? Oh, yeah. You know, here's my Zakama deck that I'm working on. And, yeah, if I suddenly want a way to give my dinosaurs flying, I grab a Chroma's Memorial and throw it in here. Some of them are going to have flying, but most of them aren't. Galta doesn't have flying. Terese doesn't have flying. Some of them have got trample, but they don't have flying. You know. So, yeah. A Chroma's Memorial, sudden mental shortcut card. Go here. Give them all my dinosaurs flying. Okay. Anywho. Rhystic Shield. So here's the concern I see with Rhystic Shield. And again, we are looking at a card that's, you know, 25 years old now. New stuff has come out since then. this exists. For a single mana, creatures you control get +1/+1 till end of turn. Compare that to Rhystic Shield. You're going, for 2 mana, they're going to get +0/+1 and might get an additional +2. So let's say they get +2 toughness till end of turn. Yeah, the thing is, there's... The first problem is, if you're looking at it in terms of a strict defense card, Charge suddenly gives you a way to turn around and make it... You can make it defensive, or you can make it offensive. The same way you can make Giant Growth defensive or offensive. You can hit your opponent for more damage, or you can use it to save a creature from dying. Know what? Let's do this. ID equal white. So Rally the Battle, you have one option for actually +3 at 4 mana. But for 3 mana, you have Bar the Door, which is a flat +4. Whoops. All right. So, just for, I know there's only a couple, but I'll sort them anyway. Kildorn Warcry is going to give them all at least +1/+1. Why doesn't Charge show up? Oh. Bar the Door for 3 mana is +0/+4. Rally the Battle is +1/+3 for 4 mana, and Solidarity is +0/+5. If you really need a defensive, buff, like I would play Bar the Door before I played Rhystic Shield. I am aware Rhystic Shield is only 2 mana. But for an extra mana, I would play Bar the Door and have a definite +0/+4. Let's allow +2s. Shield Wall gives +0/+2. Warrior Stand gives +2/+2. Only both during the declared attacker steps and only if you... Okay. Even Warcraft would be better. +0/+2, and protection from the color of your choice. Guardian's Pledge gives you the ability to turn it around and make it into an Alpha Strike for an extra mana. Although, that's assuming you're playing mono white, which is not necessarily the case with the other cards we've mentioned. I don't think... Claws out if you're building Cat Tribal. This can actually simply be, 2 white, +2/+2 till end of turn. But 1, 2, 3, 4. For an extra mana, I could see at least 4 cards that I would run first. What about stuff that's got flash? Anything else? It was 12 cards. But it's Rhystic, it's shiny. That's the problem though with a lot of the cards in the set is you get a okay ability and you get a better version if it's... Excuse you. Thank you. I got 1 extra card. What was it? Oh, Dictate of Heliod. Yeah, Dictate of Heliod, if you're playing a 5 mana card to pump your team, Dictate of Heliod's the first one you run. And it's still under $1. You run this before you run any of the rest of these. But yeah, you have better options over Rhystic Shield. If you need Rhystic Shield, you want... So this is already going to be like the 6th or 7th option for a mass pump effect. Now that being said, there are reasons to play Rhystic Shield over something else. The fact that it's a common, again, I come back to my list of commander decks. And, a bunch of these decks are commons only. So the fact that it is a common, a lot of the cards that we're looking at are higher rarity. I think that's an uncommon. Yeah, that's an uncommon, uncommon, rare, uncommon. So a lot of the cards that you're going to want to play are higher rarity. That being said, Shield Wall, bar the door. Shield Wall and bar the door first. You might have to look. Okay, are you going to Lightning Bolt? Are you going to Flame Bolt? Are you going to, bolt the door? Are you going to... No, that's bar the door, sorry. Also, I will point out, Rhystic cards are less bad, quote unquote, in Commander, I find, than in normal 60 card formats, because people are more likely to tap out. I have this big thing I want to play. I can now play it. So this is less bad than it would be elsewhere. There's still other cards I would play first, but it's less bad in Commander than it would be elsewhere. It's still not great. I'd still have probably at least 4 or 5 cards I'd play first, but it's okay. And especially if I'm building like a tribal deck, like if I'm building Cat Tribal, Claws Out is going in. Semite Sanctuary. Three mana. 2, prevent the next 1 damage to be dealt to target creature this turn. Any player may activate this ability. If you activate an ability, even if somebody else controls the card, you control the ability. You're activating it, you control it. Is it harsh mentorings again? Yeah, this is the card I'm thinking of. Whenever an opponent activates an ability of an artifact, creature, or land on the battlefield, if it isn't a mana ability, keep in mind, mana abilities generate mana. It's not they cost mana, they generate mana. This creature deals 2 damage to that player. So, you can put Harsh Mentor out, and then Semite Sanctuary, and it's like, well, I'm going to be able to keep my creatures alive, no problem. If you want to keep your creatures alive, it's going to cost you. What? Every time an opponent tries to activate Semite Sanctuary, they're going to take damage. If you want to build around that corner of annoying shenanigans, go right ahead. I had a former roommate. He ended up having to move out because family issues. Nothing to do with me, thankfully. Well, I shouldn't say nothing to do with me, but there were other issues at stake, and he had to leave town. Who had a deck that was based around shenanigans like that? And, yeah. Semite Sanctuary would have been a great card for that deck. Again, we're talking casual Commander players. Sure. How badly do you want... And now you start running more of your damage wrath effects. Your chain lightnings and what have you. Flowering Field. Again, I've said before and I'll say it again. If you're looking for damage prevention effects, there's generally better cards. That being said, this is a land that's preventing damage. Most effects that you come across that we've seen so far anyway that prevent damage are creatures, Semite Healer and their ilk. to suddenly throw this ability onto a land, because creatures die to, board wipes. Enchantments stick around longer, and lands stick around even longer than that. So if you're looking for a damage prevention effect, Flowering the Field might not be the worst option. You'll just have to turn around and keep in mind that your land can now prevent damage. Soul Charmer. Nowadays you get... Damn it. Nowadays you get a cord caught in your... caught in your chair. Anyway. Soul Charmer. Nowadays, for 3 mana, you just get a 2/2 with lifelink and other stuff added on. In fact, let's see here. ID equal white, mana value equal 3, mana 2. Parrot greater than 1, toughness greater than 1, life link. For that cost, straight up, you can have a 2/3 with a life link. You can occasionally have a 3/2 with so you can have a 2/2 flyer that can get something else lifelink to end a turn. You can have a 2/3 that has lifelink itself, one of which comes back and makes enchanted creature have lifelink. You can have a 3/2 that has lifelink as long as you've got a desert, which is not going to be hard if you're building, like, again, Solitary Camel, one of those cards that you build knowing that it's in your deck. You make sure you've got a few deserts in play that you might not have played otherwise, but otherwise... yeah. Soul Charmer, you can get, like, getting a 2/2 lifelink. You can't even get a 2/2 lifelink. They're all 2/3s. Like, stuff that straight up has lifelink is a 2/3. Play those instead. Sword Dancer. Sword Dancer, on the other hand, Sword Dancer is great because, sure, it's a squire, but for double white, target attacking creature gets -1/-0 till end of turn. That is its own sort of damage prevention. However, it's even better against stuff that's got double strike. Wait, what? Yeah, because against stuff that's got double strike, if it's a 4-power creature that's got double strike, it's going to swing for 8. 4 during first strike, 4 during regular damage. Give it -1/-0, it's now doing 3 during first strike, 3 regular damage, it's only doing 6. So, activate this once against the double striker, saves 2 damage. Activate twice against the double striker, hurts it a lot. Because double strikers, I mean, your chances are, if it's on something that's got double strike, you're counteracting an enchantment or something off of it. But yeah, this thing just... And plus, it doesn't have to be... You don't have to be the one being attacked. Again, it's target attacking creature. This is also going to affect any fight abilities that happen. You know, if he goes, okay, I'm attacking with this, and let's say whenever this creature attacks, it fights target creature you don't control, or something of that nature. Cool. Triggered ability on the stack reduces, because it is an attacking creature at that point, reduces power by 3 because I've got 6 spare mana. Ah, crap. Like, here's the thing. This is a card I actually think I want in my mono white all the combo stack. I think I want it in there. I have ways to use infinite mana, but to do them with like random jank. Where are you here? You. Sword Dancer from Prophecy. Yeah. Messes up combat something hard. Mindbearer. 3 mana for 1/1. Tap and sack it, destroy target attacking creature. Again, does not have to be attacking you. This is basically saying destroy target attacking creature is 3 mana. I still like that. The Keldons may have explosive tempers, but I have explosives. Yeah. Yeah. You want a creature that's there to blow up creatures. You know, this is back to the idea that I had for, you know, when I was looking for when I was looking for cards for my commons only mono red deck that could eliminate a creature without dealing damage to it. And I came across Fisher and Lava Flow and Aftershock and didn't realize they were like, all 3 of which were cards I completely forgot about, none of which were cards that I realized were common. And then Introduction to Annihilation on top of all that. I see all that and it's like, I have ways to blow up creatures and not care how big they are. Mindbearer is when you're starting to do the same sort of thing in white. Now, nowadays you can find, you know, destroy target attacking creature as text on, you know, as something a card does. Or it'll be target attacking or blocking creature or destroy target creature power 4 or greater. You can find that sort of thing on white a lot easier these days. Red, it's still really hard to find it at common. But it, you know, if you want a creature to have that kind of ability, this is not a bad starting point. There's probably better options, but it's not a bad starting point. Again, if you're restricting yourself to strictly commons, like I've done, you may end up finding yourself running this to blow up a creature. Again, it doesn't have to be a creature attacking you. Hilariously, you could be the attacker, and Oh, well, that's not going to work according to plan. Okay, sack this, blow up my own creature. Wait, what? Also, keep in mind, the end of combat step is when stuff finally gets to stop. Once that's over, that's when stuff stops being a attacking or blocking creature. Until then, it's still an attacking creature. So you can let the combat damage happen and all that. And it's like, oh, by the way, during an end of combat, I kill your creature. What? Yeah, I kill your creature. But yeah. Look up the timing on how to use Maze of Ith. It's hilarious. Mercenary Informer. Three mana for a 2/1. This goes back to, because there's also the Rebel Informer. And was the Rebel Informer... Oh no, that's the set. Okay. So, can't be the target of spells or abilities from black sources. So, basically, black cards can't target it in any way, shape, or form. Pay 3 mana, put target non-token mercenary on the bottom of its owner's library. Again, mercenary is a creature type. Anything that has all creature types, ... This is sort of like, this has got some towards protection from black. Protection is it can't be damaged, enchanted, or equipped, blocked, or targeted. So this stops the last bit. Let's see here. To make it unable to be blocked by black, and indestructible, that would cover most of it. Indestructible is actually not that hard these days. And blocking Seeker? I think it's Seeker I'm thinking of. Enchant creature can't be blocked except by artifact creatures and or white creatures. Which means a black-white creature could do it, but yeah. And again, putting target non-token mercenary on the bottom of its owner's library. Oh, if you have a way, is there a way to go target creature has a creature? And avoid changeling. Target creature gains all creature types until end of turn. Yeah. But if you're playing with MMOA Changeling, throwing a Mercenary Informer, or when we get to it, the Rebel Informer will do the same sort of thing. You just go like, heh, heh, tap. Guess what? You're a mercenary now. Thunk. Wait, what? Oh, yeah, just doing that over and over and over again would... Oh, and because it could be anybody too, right? That little combo would be... That also saves you against mill decks. Oh, yeah. Mercenary Informer. You build it right. Cards like put target X card on the bottom of its owner's library, or something to that effect, can save you so much from mill decks. Rhystic Circle. 4 mana. This is basically trying to be Story Circle. Story Circle protection, Circle protection, red, etc., in one card. And basically, the next time a source of your choice would deal damage to you this turn, prevent that damage. You need to make sure that you have more mana than your opponent is willing to spend on this. This is such a hard to make work well. But again, Rhystic cards work better in Commander than they do elsewhere because people are more willing to just tap out to cast their stuff. To be fair, this also makes a question of whether we're talking... Like, I'm talking your typical kitchen table Commander. I'm not talking competitive EDH, etc. And stuff like that. I'm going to assume, even if you're tapped out, you have Force of Will, Fierce Guardian, Ship Foil, etc., and plus probably a couple of 1 or 2 mana counter spells. You probably, are you playing blue? I'm going to assume you probably got at least 10 counter spells in your deck if you're playing competitive EDH. Are you playing some other color? You probably have found a way to put 3 or 4 in your deck somehow. But your typical kitchen table, I assume that it's going to get... casting this is not going to be a problem. Activating this, you might have to spend 3 or 4 per source, but it's not completely out of line. That being said, there may be better options. But that's the thing. There may be better options. Righteous Aura might be better. Prevent all damage to any one creature or one player. Circle of Despair and Martyr's Cause are basically the same card. Probably playing Martyr's Chorus first. Yeah, those two in Righteous Aura, I would probably generally play before I played Rhystic Circle. That was weird. Firefox just out now crashed. Excise. Exile target attacking or blocking target attacking creature unless its controller pays X. I would assume in general that I'd have to pay about 4 or 5 mana to make sure this goes through. It's also target attacking creature. As a general rule, like, white has enough exile target creature effects that I don't think you need to worry about it. And then there's, Buy Your Silence for 5 mana. Yes, it's a sorcery. Exile target non-land permanent. They get a treasure instead. You have better options. And even so, Swords of Plowshares and Path to Exile and similar cards, probably play those before Excise. Unless you don't like the idea of giving your opponent something, in which case, if that's I'll say a concern, Excise might not be a terrible option. Glittering Lion. Glittering Lion is kind of cute because it's 3 mana for a 2/2 that by default all damage that would be dealt to it gets prevented. But anybody can pay 3 to take that off till end of turn. But that's 3 mana. That's not a small amount of mana. That's kind of like saying that's a little bit like saying Ward 3. Ward 1, okay, fine, that's annoying. Ward 2 is definitely an amount. Ward 3 is actually a lot. Ward 3 more or less counters the spell. Counters the spell or ability realistically. Glittering Lion, having to spend 3 mana just to say, hey, by the way, damage is, you're not auto-preventing the damage, is quite a bit. That makes you going from being able to cast a 7 mana effect to being able to only hit 4. That's a lot. This, I think, should be, plus it's a cat, which is, especially for your casual Commander players, that's a tribe that people really enjoy. This, I think, should be further up the chain than it is. To be fair, we're looking at 27 cards. And actually, that's number 12 on the list. Yeah, I can see it. I can see it. Alright. Let's go for blue cards. Wind Scouter. Whenever Wind Scouter attacks or blocks, return to its owner's hand at the end of combat, assuming it survives. So this is basically a phantom monster that at the end of combat can come back to hand. Again, do you have a way to make use of the fact that it self-recurs? Do you have a way to make use of the fact that this comes back? You know, do you have Pandemonium or a similar effect? Or when creatures enter the battlefield, like Intruder Alarm, untap all any creature enters, untap all creatures. Do you have a reason to have a use for this coming back to your hand? If you do, great. This is actually, and so this is going to be a Phantom monster that can bounce itself. Now, ideally, you want you want creatures that can bounce themselves that have got some kind of, like, you can choose when to do it, so they've got like an activated ability, for example. But if you don't have that for whatever reason, this is it's still an option. Coastal Hornclaw. 5 mana for a 3/3, sack a land to give it flying till end of turn. You don't want this for most decks. Really, even like Bird Tribal is going to find other stuff instead, because just you can get a 3/3 flyer with something else added on for 5 mana. Easy. You get, like, again, the big reason to play a card like Coastal Hornclaw is if you need the ability to sacrifice lands for something. But this is not that something. Honestly, Wind Scouter is going to have more use than Coastal Hornclaw. This is a better option. This actually takes the other two and puts them together into the same card. 4 mana for a 2/1 flyer, which doesn't sound amazing. Sack a land to return to its owner's hand. Especially when you've got 5 or 6 lands in play. When eagles leave the sky, sailors leave the sea. Yeah. Once you hit like 8 lands, chances are you don't still need 8 lands, unless you're worried about being able to recast your commander again for the 3rd time or whatever. But yeah, Stormwatch Eagle. This is taking what these two have and making it a more useful card. A reason to sacrifice a land and bring itself back. Ribbon Snake. 2 blue for a 2/3 flyer that somebody can pay blue 2 mana to make it lose flying till end of turn. Honestly, for back in the day, an actually decent card, because 3 mana for a 2/3 in blue was actually reasonable. Nowadays, you should be able to get just straight up a 2/3 flyer. But for the era when this was, 25 years ago, 3 mana for a 2/3 that could occasionally have flying was actually pretty good. And so, and the fun thing is, if you put a card like this together with other effects that make people want to have to spend extra mana, your Rhystic Study and variants thereof, and Propaganda, and other such similar effects, where it's like, hey, if you want to do this thing, it's going to cost you. Or if you want me to not have this thing, it's going to cost you. Ribbon Snake ends up being like the funny thing about a card like Ribbon, like Glittering Lion, is the kind of card where people, you're going to have to tell people, hey, by the way, you know, somebody at some point is going to go, well, what's its other ability? Well, you can pay 3 to make it lose the damage prevention. People are going to be like, oh my god, 3 mana is so much. This is 2 to make it lose flying. And a lot of people just go like, shrug, whatever. Until they get hit for like 10 damage with this thing. Then they're like, what's going on here? By that point, they have the ability to pay the 2 mana, but now they're wanting to cast their bigger stuff. I don't know. I like Ribbon Snake. The funny thing is, depending on the kind of decks you're playing, it can be killed from being a flyer, and it can be killed from being a not flyer. Even funnier is if you've got Ribbon Snake in play, and somebody goes, okay, well, you know, Broken Wings or whatever, destroy target creature with flying. You can pay 2 mana, have it lose flying till end of turn, and then you turn around and go, yeah, sorry, not a legal target because it doesn't have flying anymore. Wait, what? Yeah. And then at the end of turn, it's going to get its flying back. Troublesome Spirit. 3/4 flyer, rare. At the beginning of your end step, tap all creatures you control for 4, or sorry, tap all lands you control for 4 mana. I mean, compared to what exists nowadays, at rare, you can get a 4/4 flyer with upside. You know, one of my favorite go-tos for this sort of thing is Conundrum Sphinx. You know, 4 mana for a 4/4 flyer. When it attacks, each player chooses a card name, then each player reveals top of their deck. It's a card. Basically, if somebody names a card that is the top card of their deck, they get to put it in their hand. Otherwise, that card goes on the bottom of their library. Argent Sphinx, roughly the same size, 4/3 instead of 3/4. Again, with flying. But if you've got Metalcraft, you can pay a blue to basically exile it and have it come back at the end of turn. Chisei Heart of Oceans has an upkeep cost of making you exile a permanent, has an upkeep cost of making you remove a counter. Which you can build around. Age counters, for example, are great. Troublesome Spirit, it's harder to make use of, realistically, it's hard to make use of that drawback. Now that being said, if you're playing Simic and you're playing with cards like Seedborn Muse, then it really doesn't matter so much. Because, cool, at the end of my turn, I have to tap all my lands. But at the beginning of your turn, when you untap, I'm untapping my stuff too. Wait, what? So you can get around it, but you'd have this is not a card that you put in a deck saying, I know it's in here. This is more of a card that you have to build around a bit more. Rhystic Scrying. This is concentrate that if somebody else pays 2 mana, you have to discard 3 cards. If nobody does, it's just concentrate. If you are quote-unquote bad and just say, you know, if somebody asks what this does and you just say, oh, it's a bad concentrate, most people will just go, oh, okay, sure, whatever. If they don't accept that and go, okay, so what does it actually do? Oh, well, I draw 3 cards, and then as somebody pays 2 mana, I have to then ditch 3. That being said, you can build with the discard in mind. You can build assuming that somebody is, you know, once you explain what it does, that somebody is likely to pay the 2 mana. And so there's cards that you're going to want to discard. Again, cards that you're going to want to discard. Generally, excess of something, for example, extra lands you don't need. Cards with flashback, cards with jumpstart, cards with escape. Basically, cards that can be played from the graveyard. Cards that want to be in the graveyard to have an effect, for example, Wonder. Cards that you want in your graveyard so you can get them back by other means, such as reanimation. There are ways to reanimate. It's really hard, but there are ways to reanimate in mono blue. The most common way to do it is being able to reanimate an artifact. But there are ways to reanimate in mono blue. So then there's the fact of the discard itself. I have a card like Library of Flying. It lets me put cards back on top of my deck when I go to discard. I have an effect like I have cards that have got Madness that when I discard them, I can pay their Madness cost and cast them, that way. Or not their mana, their Madness cost. I have cards like I can't remember what it's called. Oh, I have cards like Waste Not that, you know, when somebody discards a card of a certain type, you know, I get an effect out of I get some kind of effect out of it. Waste Not's probably a bad example, but there are cards of that nature that when you discard a card of a certain type, you know, when you discard a land, you get mana or this or that or whatever else. So you can build, you can use Rhystic Scrying as a bad concentrate, or you can build it with the assumption that somebody is likely to pay the 2 mana. Shredded Serpent. Again, going back to the entire thing about Ward, you know, the comparison to Ward. This is 7 mana for a 4/4. When this creature attacks, defending player may pay 4. If that player doesn't, this creature can't be blocked this turn. This is, most of the time, just a plain straight up 7 mana 4/4 unblockable. People are not generally going to hold up 4 mana. At which point, throwing other effects on it that do like interesting things. Grafted Exoskeleton, for example, it's going to be a 2-hit kill because a quick creature gets +2/+2 and has an effect on a 4/4 that's basically unblockable. So now it's a 6/6. If you give it double strike somehow, just out of curiosity, okay, they're about a quarter each. Yeah, you give it a +4 power boost. and it's basically a 1-hit kill because 4 power unblockable. Have fun with that. Oh, you know it'd be funny. Oh. Sunken City and Leaden Fists, I think they're called. Yeah. Which is basically a green giant growth that says, hey, by the way, creature doesn't untap next turn. Okay. Shenanigans. Yeah, Shrouded Serpent, paying 4 to make sure it, you can block it. And here's the thing, it's a 4/4 creature. That's big enough that it's going to, if they do block it, they're probably losing one of their creatures anyway. Hazy Homunculus used to be so much better back in the day, back when mana burn was still a thing, because it's 2 mana for 1/1, can't be blocked as long as defending player controls an untapped land. Wait a sec. What do you call it? Earlock. A player losing unspent mana causes that player to lose that much life. It brings back mana burn. So you cannot play Earlock. You cannot play Hazy Homunculus in the same deck as Earlock. But if you can play... If you ever get to Two-Headed Giant, and one person plays Earlock, and the other person can play with stuff like this. That being said, people don't like... But for an extra mana... No! You don't even need an extra mana anymore. you now have 1 mana 1/2 can't be blocked. You don't need Hasty Homunculus anymore. If you want unblockable, you can get bigger and cheaper. Psychic Theft. Target player reveals their hand, you choose an instant or sorcery and exile it. You may cast it for as long as it remains exiled. At the beginning of the next end step, if you haven't cast it, return it to its owner's hand. So, in theory, you have the turn that you cast Psychic Theft to cast the card. In theory, you have the turn that you cast Psychic Theft to cast the card. So, how do I want to break this? I want Sundial of the Infinite to be able to be activated at any time. What do I mean by that? What I mean is I want to be able to activate it on my turn, then activate it on your turn, then activate it on your turn, then activate it on your turn, then every turn cycle. So, two options are play Simic. Well, the two options I see right away. Play Simic, or I can play mono blue. What do you do? Untap all non-land permanents you control. Have that on Isochron Scepter, which will untap the Scepter. You want enough non-land set tap for mana. Isochron Scepter with a dramatic reversal on it. Enough stuff that taps for mana. And then, so at least 2 there. Oh, activate only during your turn. Ah, oh, that doesn't work. Damn it. How many ways are there to actually activate to get it? Instant. No. It's not gonna work. Alright. Yeah. Psychic Theft, you'll get you'll get the turn you cast it, which presumably is going to be your turn, and then the next player's turn at best. Hard to make that work well. Avatar of Will, on the other hand, not hard to turn it into a 2-mana 5/6 flyer. Not amazing, but not hard to turn into a 2-mana 5/6 flyer, because all you have to do is, like, the common way of thinking of it is there are cards that you can play to temporarily exile somebody's hand. Not one card at a time, although you can do that too, but like everything all at once. But they get it back at the end of turn. Well, that's fun. You just want a cheap creature. This is probably one of the most easily playable. Avatar of Fury. Does somebody have at least 7 lands in play? That's easy. Avatar of Hope. Do you have 3 life and or less? That's going to be hard. Avatar of Might. Does somebody have at least 4 creatures more than you? Not completely unreasonable. Somebody playing squirrels, saplings, elves, something else that spits out junk. A lot of creatures. Avatar of Will is going to require some work usually, but as soon as somebody has no cards in hand and it's your turn, you're good. Avatar of Woe. Does everybody have on average, let's say, 3 creatures in their graveyard? This is cheap. Actually, Avatar of Woe is probably the fastest to get out. Avatar of Will, on the other hand, is going to be probably the easiest to... It might be the easiest to set up because it doesn't require much work. But it's just a 5/6 flyer. It's okay. Gold Squid, on the other hand. Wow. This is one of those cards that you kind of sometimes want like a Kiki Jiki or Splinter Twin kind of effect with like an intruder alarm out and just go, hey, by the way, tap out your lands. Hey, by the way, tap out your lands. Hey, by the way, tap out your lands. And even, you know, Reflections of the Mirror Breaker, I think it's called. Or Jaxus, where there's some kind of actual cost involved, and you're only doing it like once a turn. It's like, cool. It's even worse if you can pull it off on, cool, on your upkeep, tap out your lands. Fuck off. Basically give them one lane to be able to do stuff with. I don't recommend it. But if you really want to piss somebody off, throw that in a deck that's got some way of copying it with some kind of regularity on somebody else's turn, and yeah. How to actually completely annoy your opponents is best left as an exercise for the reader. Speaking of discards, heightened awareness. As this enchantment enters, discard your hand. At the beginning of your draw step, draw an additional card. It's a 5-mana card, so chances are your hand is going to be low-ish. But then this is now a one-sided Howling Mine. That's actually pretty good if you're willing to make do. You know, if you're willing to make do with the drawback of losing your hand at the start of, you know, when it comes into play. Just every turn getting an extra card. This needs to stay in play for like 3 turns. No. This stays in play for 4 turns. I think you've basically broken even. Because 4 mana is, I mean, you're drawing 4 extra cards. No. Because you have to discard your hand as well. I would assume we probably discarded 4 cards. You want this to stay around for a while. Now, mind you, can you create extra draw step? Sort by color. I want ideally additional draw step. Oh! Okay. I don't see what I'm looking for. Sphinx of the Second Sun or something like that. Cyclonus the Saboteur. Yeah. So Shadow the Second Sun. Sphinx of the Second Sun. You get both of those in play because your beginning phase is untap, upkeep, draw. So if you get both of those in play, this is drawing you 3 extra cards a turn. I don't expect it, but if you pull that off, that's kind of silly. Yeah, Heightened Awareness I can see actually seeing a fair amount of play. Not a crazy amount of play, but if you're drawing extra cards, hey, you know, here, draw some extra cards while you're drawing extra cards. Fenstalker, now that we're in black, has fear as long as you control no untap lands. Again, now that mana burn is gone, there's no reason. I shouldn't say there's no reason. There's no penalty per se for tapping all your lands, apart from the fact that you can't actually, you know, this doesn't leave you mana available to do things. However, with cards like Fierce Guardianship and Flare of Cultivation and, you know, the various force cycles and the evoke elementals and whatever, the assumption that just because you don't have any mana available doesn't mean you can't cast anything is folly. It's a bad idea. You could still have X, you could still have Y, you could still have Q, you could still have. So, this is going to be hard to block. It's going to have... The annoying thing is it's got a weird creature type. There are 12 Night Stalkers. None of which seem... Yeah, the biggest of them is Shimmy a Night Stalker. Where are you from? Oh, also Portal Second Age. There we go. Yeah, the biggest of them natively is a 4/4. Lurking Night Stalker is not terror bad. It's a 1/1 that attacks as a 3/1. Yeah, Night Stalker Tribal would be difficult to pull off reasonably. Yeah, I think we need more Night Stalkers. Hey, Wizards of the Coast, get on that. We need more Night Stalkers. That being said, can't be, it's hard to block as long as you control no one-tap lands. It's not impossible to block. Your opponent needs to have black or artifact creatures, neither of which are hard to come by. But if your opponent's on Simic, for example, which, yeah, 4 mana for a 3/2, occasionally unblockable. Okay. Whip Stitch Zombie has been kicked to the curb now. You can now find 2 mana for... You can now get a 2 mana 2/2 zombie with upside instead of having to pay an upkeep cost for it. Pit Raptor, it's a bit harder to say that about because it's a 4 mana 4/3 flying first strike. 4 mana for 3/3 with flying or first strike, you should be able to do. With both, at higher rarity, maybe? Let's see here. Rarer than common. O flying. O first. Power greater than 2 toughness. Greater than 2 ID equal B. Spirit of the Night, Yawgmoth Demon. Yeah, wow. If you're looking for something that's got flying and first strike, you need an effect like Cairn Wanderer, Soul Flare, etc. Tribal Golem with anything. Tribal Golem with anything that's a changeling would work. Apart from that, you're looking at Cairn Wanderer / Soul Flare, Spirit of the Night, Yawgmoth Demon to actually have it, or Pit Raptor. Yeah, wow, okay. difficult combo to come up with. Let's actually make this first strike. Gurmag Swiftwing. Gurmag Swiftwing. Drana, Liberator of Malakir. Miri the Cursed. Miri might be the closest that you get to it. Wow. Miri or Drana? Okay. Yeah. Hard to come up with something that size with those abilities. Okay. I get that. Grill's Caress. An aura that gives a creature -3 power that you can cast as an instant. Honestly, the problem with effects like Grill's Caress, and I've said this before. I mean, it's nice that it's got, it's nice that it's got flash, but you're playing black. It's 2 mana. You can cast it as an instant. There's a list of cards that have... There's a list of cards that are spot removal, that just kill a creature outright. For 2 mana. Ultimate Price and Cast Down come to mind off the top of my head. Your various edict effects, a lot of them are 2 mana. Some are 3, but a lot of them are 2. Some of them even have ways to replay them. Grill's Caress, to me, is the kind of card that you... It's like the first step towards dealing with somebody's general. It's not the best option, but it's the first step towards dealing with somebody's general. In a way that you don't want to kill it. If it's a combat-based card, for example, you can kind of shut down a lot, especially if it's a damage-based trigger. Something involving fight, this can actually do a lot about it. But realistically, you're paying 2 mana at instant speed. You should be able to do more than just -3 power. Ancient of Shalku, on the other hand, again, we're talking about sacrificing lands here. 2 mana for 1/1. Pay 2 and sack a land to give target creature +2 power till end of turn. You do have to remember, it's target creature, not target creature control. If you, speaking of fight, if you are doing, if this creature is fighting that creature, you can go, okay, cool, I'll pay 2 mana, sack a land, and they'll make the fight a little more even. You owe me on this. Wait, what? Yeah, your creature's now bigger, so it's gonna... So that trade is more likely to actually... Yeah. Have fun with that. There's other reasons to give creatures, more power. Combat damage is obviously the most common ones, but there's, destroy target creature power 4 or greater. If I make that creature bigger, you want to use your removal spell on that instead? What? I'm going to lose a land for it, but if I make that creature bigger, you want to kill it? Because destroy target creature power 4 or greater. Or, or there's mass removal spells that only hit the big creatures, etc. Again, ways to use it. Steal strength. I'm going to steal +1/+1 from you and give it to me. Realistically, most commonly used as a give target creature -1/-1 till end of turn, but has to target his second one. Giving another creature +1/+1 is just a random side bonus. Sometimes that's enough. Or I'll give your Blightsteel Colossus -1/-1 till end of turn. Okay, that doesn't really matter. And I'll give your other creature +1/+1. Your other creature that's got in fact +1/+1 till end of turn. And well, okay, you get to kill 2 players now. Wait, what? Again, yeah, it's mostly going to be for killing out small guys. But, it's fine. Honestly, I would rather play almost any of these cards over Steel Strength and Creel's Caress. But Steel Strength does have its uses. Flay, on the other hand, the biggest problem with Flay you're paying 4 mana to make somebody discard 2 cards at random. Sort by color. Whispers of Emrakul. If you have Delirium, they discard 2 cards at random for 2 mana. Torok, Tricantor. If you kick it, it's 4 mana for a 4/3 with protection from white that comes into play and makes an opponent discard 2 cards at random. Resounding Scream, I would, Resounding Scream was not worth paying 8 mana for that. Because that's 8 mana to make one person discard 2 cards and you draw a card. I think 3 would have done it. I think 3 would have made it playable. Oh, and then there's Hymn to Turak, which is, incidentally, that's banned in Pauper. Whispers of Emrakul is only uncommon. Yeah. But yeah, just because for at least one extra, sorry, like my problem with Flay is that there's no good place to play it. If I just want to make somebody discard 2 cards, making somebody discard 2 cards is actually fairly easy. You know, I like Wrench Mind. Target player discards 2 cards unless they discard an artifact card. Guess what? You're either losing a card that you want to hold on to or you're pitching 2. Oh, but they get to choose. It's not random. Okay. Excuse you. Sort by mana value. Go away. Alright, so Insidious Bookworms, when it dies, you can pay 2 to make somebody discard a card at random. Mind Twist. I don't remember if that's legal. Oh, it's legal in Commander. If you really want to make somebody pitch cards, you can pay... You can basically fireball their hand away. Black Cat, when it dies, target player discards a card at random. Cloak of Confusion. When enchanted creature attacks and is blocked, and it has to be a creature you control, you can have it deal no combat damage and instead makes them discard a card at random. Hint to Torak. 2 cards at random. Mind Knives, discard at random. Mind Shatter is basically Mind Twist, but it affects target player. Spectre's Will, card at random. Torak we talked about. Whispers we talked about. Bottomless Pit. Each player's upkeep they discard at random. Headless Spectre. They tried taking Hypnotic Spectre, which is the next card, and making it into a common. If you have no cards in hand, when it hits, it discard at random. Hypnotic Spectre, 2/2 flyer for 3. When it hits, discard at random. Mindwhip Slipper. Like, I think Stupor might be the most realistic one. Falling on Dispose. Target opponent discards a card. Look at the top 5 cards of your library. You may reveal a black card from among them. Oh, that's cute. Most commonly, you're going to make somebody discard 1 card. Whispers of Emrakul is probably the most likely way to make them discard 2. But it's not that, like, the thing is, because Whispers is, is 2 mana with Delirium, realistically it probably means it's worth 3 mana. Compare that to Flay. And because it's 1 mana, it's just like, oh, okay. I probably have an extra mana floating around. I just have to rummage under the couch cushions and find the extra mana. Fog Elemental. Bog Elemental requires some build around. It's a 5 mana 5/4 creature with protection from white, which means it can't be, can't be hit by like Swords of Plowshares or whatnot. But your upkeep, you have to sack a land. You can probably afford to do that for a turn or two. But a card like that, I wouldn't want to put into a deck that didn't have an effect like Walking Atlas, for example. That lets me put extra lands into play from my hand. And something along the lines of Crucible Worlds that lets me replay lands from my graveyard. So I end up with basically, essentially I get 2 land drops a turn that way. That being said, for an extra mana I get Isan's Shade, which has got an extra point of toughness and no drawback to it. It's an extra black mana, but again, no drawback to it. That being said, can I make use of the land going into my graveyard? Probably somewhere along the line. Whenever a land card is put into your graveyard from the battlefield. Hilariously, throw it in the deck that's got Dryad Arbor, and that's like whenever a creature dies triggers. Again, there are ways to build around it. Coffin Puppets. 5 mana for a 3/3 that you can sack 2 lands to reanimate itself. Only during your upkeep and only if you control a swamp. You're playing black, you're probably playing with swamps. Hard to keep dead. No. Oh. Simplified Chinese got a very different card. Yes, I believe that's Simplified Chinese. Yeah. I mean, it's the same card. It's just very different artwork. But yeah. Again, and the lands can be tapped for some other effects. So, for example, if you have to pay an upkeep cost, okay, cool, I'll pay the upkeep cost, and then now that the mana's in my mana pool, I'll sacrifice the lands to the Coffin Puppets. Not a great card, but if you want a zombie that has the ability to keep coming back, it's another option you have access to. Rhystic Siphon. You're generally going to be draining for 3 for 5 mana, sometimes 4. Being able to drain for 5, which is a 10-point life swing, is a lot. But to be able to pull that off, somebody has to not pay the 3 mana. But it's the person that you're targeting is the only person who can choose whether to pay the 3 mana. And again, 3 mana in addition to whatever is a lot. This is the opposite of Ward, because I cast a thing to try and hit you. I need to pay the additional cost. Rhystic Siphon is, I cast a thing to try and hit you. You have to decide whether or not you're paying the additional cost. But again, this is the problem with this. It's got a large effect, but it's an all or nothing. compare that to Rhystic Shield, where you still got something even if they didn't pay. But yeah, Rhystic Siphon. I think you can get away with this in most games. And you're going to have to keep an eye on, like, you can't just turn 5 play this. You're going to have to watch to see when somebody's you're going to have to watch to see who am I going to want to, who do I want to target, and when is a good time to target them. And keep in mind, because we are talking a multiplayer game, who you want to target this turn might not be the same person that you want to hold for it for next turn. This is either going to knock somebody off of 3 mana, which can be a huge deal. And here's the other thing. People usually only have like 2 mana up if they have. Rhystic, so yeah. I mean, surprise, surprise, watch out for counter spells. But if that gets through, that's a big life swing, at which point then you've got an extra 5 life to gain towards. Oh, hilariously, about Rhystic Siphon, you can even use this on somebody who's got like Platinum Empyrean out, whose ability literally says your life total can't change. The effect still works as though they're not an illegal target or anything. It just doesn't have the effect of actually changing their life total. But you gain 5 life, which is useful if you want to use an effect like, I don't know, Bolas' Citadel, which lets you pay life to cast the top card of your deck. Outbreak. Oh, Outbreak. A lot of cards. So, 4 mana, but you can pitch a swamp instead of paying its cost. Choose a creature type. All creatures of that type get -1/-1 till end of turn. Any deck that has cheap creatures, any deck based around a certain creature type that's going to have cheap creatures is going to be affected by this. Elves, goblins, saplings, humans, soldiers, like everybody has got a creature type or 2 creature types or more creature types that care about spitting, insects, about spitting out a bunch of small cheap creatures. And this can just be like a one-sided board wipe, and just, you have too many things. This gets dumb when you start combining it with effects like, oh no. When she enters, each other creature gets -1/-1 till end of turn. Whenever a creature dies this turn, each creature other than Massacre Girl gets -1/-1 until end of turn. Yeah, she's kind of silly. You put Outbreak in a deck like that, and because Massacre Girl is whenever a creature dies, if this causes 3 creatures to pop, her ability is going to trigger 3 times. Which suddenly means everything on the board is going to get -3/-3. Which is going to cost more things to pop. And it's just going to explode. And she actually has the ability, because of the way her ability works, to end up blowing up indestructible creatures. It's going to be a massacre, girl. Yeah, Outbreak. If you're playing Massacre Girl, you should run Outbreak. Enough said. Rebel Informer. What I said before about Mercenary Informer applies here. Put target Rebel card on the bottom of its orange library. Let's just look at some Rebels, shall we? Type Rebel. Big Game Hunter sees play. Wow. You're already being... Oh my god. All you have to do is, like, draw spells. Wow. Final Fantasy's got a decent number of Rebels that see play. I guess it makes sense because of the storyline. Ayali, I can... Okay. Yeah, there aren't that many Rebels that actually legitimately see play. It's kind of interesting. It's going to affect Changelings more than it's going to affect actual Rebels, I think. Yeah. Wow. Even without Thunder Junction, Mercenary's gonna see more play. I mean, Thunder Junction certainly helps, but Mercenary's gonna see more play. Huh. Okay, weird. Anyway. We got red. Knows how to use it. So Spur Grappler. This is a 3 mana 2/1 that's occasionally a 4/2. I know for 3 mana you can get a 3/2. You can probably get a 4/2 by now. ID equal red. Power greater than 3. Toughness greater than 1. Math value equal 3. Oh wow, okay. Sort by power. Descending. Right. Mishai Jin and Edwin and Freed are gonna be a thing. Gadrak. Alright, stuff that actually legitimately works. So, we're talking stuff that does not have a upkeep cost or some other drawback. Can't attack unless you control. Gadrak you can get around. Gadrak you can get around. Can't attack unless you control 4 or more artifacts. It's not hard. The beginning of your round step, create a treasure token for each non-token creature that died this turn. Play a few cards like Pyroclasm. And you should hit, after a couple of turns, you should hit enough to turn Gadrak on, even without having Soul Ring, etc. in play. So Gadrak is doable. Kosisma I would count if I don't care about combat and I care about stuff like fight and pandemonium and whatnot. Anap works. 4/2 trample at uncommon. Balls Invoker. Give me a sec here. I saw something that I think is okay, apparently it's just the one. Balls Invoker. 4/2 for 3. So the same size as a pumped what were you called? Spur Grappler. Blind Spot Giant should be easy enough to pull off. Bone Crusher Giant. Chaos Dragon. At the beginning of each play. Okay. Chaos Dragon will still attack somebody. Dreamstalker Manticore. Yep. It is still 3 mana 4/3. Fear of Being Hunted is a 4/2 with haste that must be blocked. Frenzied Raptor is a 4/2 vanilla. Giant Cindermoth, 4/3 trample. Players can't gain life. Yeah, there's enough creatures that are at least the size of the Spur Grappler. A pumped Spur Grappler that you don't need to worry about running Spur Grappler. Fault Riders. 3 mana for a 2/2. Sack land to give it +2/+0 and the first strike till end of turn. Back in the day, this was good because 3 mana for a 2/2 Grey Ogre was your base starting point. The problem with Fault Riders is, just as I was saying from Spur Grappler, getting a 4/2 in and of itself is not that hard. It's not that hard these days. It's actually fairly easy. The kicker here is this also gets first strike. So, can I get my creatures first strike fairly easily? There's certainly instance that, you know, in sorceries that you can play to give stuff first strike till end of turn. I wonder. $15 cards. Not easily. Aki Coalflinger can give attacking creatures. Crown of Fury, you can sack it to give creatures that share a type with it, first strike. Highland Berserker requires an ally to enter. Inner Flame Igniter might be the easiest way. Karlach has an attack trigger. And Legion Loyalist potentially. Karlach, and I would say Karlach and Inner Flame Igniter are the easiest ways to do it. I don't know. This one's iffy. Hilariously, the easiest way I think to deal with first strike is to have a bigger butt. What? Yeah, have a bigger butt. Because if this is 4 points of first strike, if your creature has got 5 toughness, it survives and thus is able to swing back. Just putting it out there. Bro Suppression. Activate abilities of non-token rebels cost an additional sacrifice land to activate. Rare that it's going to matter, but occasionally you're going to again, rebel is a creature type. Anything that's got all creature type is going to be affected. The first card I see in the back of my mind that is affected by this is Mirror Entity. Anything else that's got all creature types is going to be affected by this. I don't think I would play it in most decks, but I think I'd be okay tossing it into the very occasional random deck, just especially if you've got a way to discard cards that you don't care about. You know, shapeshifters or spell shapers, for example. or something of that nature, where you can just discard cards that, cool, I'm going to discard a card to this effect to do this other thing instead. And then there's the rare time where it actually does make a difference. Ridgeline Rager. 3 mana for 1/2 with fire breathing. For an extra red, you get, I think it's Furnace Whelp, where it's like you get an extra point of power and you get flying. I think you're called Furnace Whelp, aren't you? Yep. Baby dragons can't figure out humans. If they didn't want to be killed, why were they made of meat and treasure? Ah, that's adorable. That being said, it's an extra mana. This is actually pretty reasonable at this point. Oh yeah, there's also, I think it's Impetuous Sunchaser? No. Oh, I know what I wanted you for. Now value equal to power. Dragon Hatchling gets it for 2. Who's got it for Pirate Charger? Alright, so you can reasonably get it for so you can reasonably get a 1. What's the one I'm thinking of then? Could have sworn there was a 2 mana. Maybe it's just Dragon Hatchling I'm thinking of. But yeah, Ridgeline Ranger, even nowadays that feels about right. Because you're generally looking at like a 1/1. And at 4 mana, you've got a 2/2 flyer. Yeah, Ridgeline Rager, it's somewhere in that weird spot where it's there-ish. But a lot of the cards that I want to play that have got Fire Breathing are either at 2 or at 4. That being said, you know, creature type beast. Are you playing Beast Tribal and you want Fire Breathing? Killing Berserkers. This attacks as a 5/3. You should be able to get 5/3s nowadays for 4 mana. Actually, you know what? ID equal red. Power equal 5. Toughness, excuse you, equal 3. And mana value equal 4. 11 cards found. Initiative. This has got haste and champions. This deals 2 damage on your upkeep to all your other creatures. Goblin Mutant can't attack if the thing's got any big creatures. Can't block any big creatures. Only good against minions, but insatiable gorgers must attack each turn of Fable. Attacks each turn of Fable. 5/3. Wow, that's really good. 5/3 with reach. These 2 will die at the end of turn, but okay. So there's some option. There are some 5/3s. Like Ripchain Razorkin is really, really good. I think we're at the point where Keldon Berserker. The only reason to run Keldon Berserker instead of one of them is if you are playing with like attack trigger duplication, in which case it's not attacking as a 5/3, it's attacking as an 8/3, which makes a little more difference. Scoria Cat, 5 mana for a 3/3. It's a 6/6 if you've got no untapped lands. That's literally all it does. There are 5 mana 6/6s, even that have drawbacks, that I'd rather play. ID equal red. Power equals 6. Toughness equals 6. Mana value equal 5. Hunted Dragon is the first one that comes to mind. Org has got the same combat problems that the Goblin Mutant has. Soul Gorger Org, there are ways to make that work. Again, Platinum Angel, Platinum Empyrean, stuff of that nature, that says you can't lose the game or your life total can't change. Actually, how does Soul Gorger Org combine with one that's that being said, the Hunted Dragon is just really, really good. Hunted Dragon and, Elhard. Soul Gorger, you can find a way to make it work. Org, if your opponent's got any big creatures, he just kind of sits there. But, maybe. That's iffy. Zarapa Minotaur, 4 mana for a 3/3 that will occasionally have first strike. There's no difference between bone and crystal when it's piercing your throat. Oh, fair statement. Also a Minotaur. Are you playing Minotaur Tribal? If you're playing Minotaur Tribal, not a terrible card, actually. Like, yes, it's only 2 mana to make it lose first strike. But, I mean, think about this. If you... Let's say you use this defensively. This is basically 2 mana on each additional... on you know, for each person that wants to attack into you. Branded Brawlers, you now have 2/2s. Now you get 2/2s with haste for 1 mana at common. And you're sitting there going, wait, what? Yeah, there's some... Yeah, Goblin Tomb Raider. Turn 1. Great Furnace. The red artifact land from Mirrodin block. Actually, from Mirrodin. Tap. Play Goblin Tomb Raider. Because it's an artifact land. It's the 1/2. Hey, look, I control an artifact. Hits a 2/2 with haste. Thunk. Enjoy. But yeah, branded brawlers, you can easily get a 1/2 by now. You can often get a 1/1 with some suite of abilities. You can occasionally get a 2/2. In fact, there's enough 2/2s out there. Some are printed as such, like Goblin Guide. Some are like the Goblin Tomb Raiders that effectively are 2/2s, etc., etc. Branded Brawlers, you don't need to worry about this anymore. Web Sergeant. 1 red, 2 other for a 2/1. Pay red. Target creature gains haste till end of turn. If you want activated haste that doesn't require a creature to tap, this is a decent starting point. Also, Palo Prente. 183 cards. Wow. Sort by color. Let's go descending. Let's see what lands you've got. You have a mountain. Okay, so mono red and 2 colorless sources. Nice. $64 cards. One, two, three. So 61. Huh. You would have to play them all. Huh. You know what? I could see this. It's kind of questionable what kind of synergy you'd have. But yeah, add 36. So you'd run 37 mountains, and you'd have 2 other lands to run. And yeah, Palo Parente, you could actually run. You could run a. You have enough to build that deck. And you would want him in that deck anyway, because giving stuff haste. Okay. Okay. Reasonable reason to play him. Code and Arsonist, obviously, is going in the same deck. You're running 30 non-lands, so you probably have a couple lands to spare. In other decks? In other decks, the problem is you have to sacrifice 2 lands to destroy target land. I think it's a bit expensive for that. You have to be at a point where you're at a mana superiority. Not easy, but you know, in standard you were looking at, you know, potentially 4 pillage and 4 stone rain in the same deck. You add this to that, and sure, I may be losing 2 lands, but I'm knocking you back down to 1. Is not completely unreasonable. So, in standard, I could have seen this being a thing. But you had Seismic Mage. A turn later. And then just turning all your lands into, or all your extra cards into stone rains. And so don't think you really care at that point. Although mana-wise, this is more cost-efficient. You sack the land that you tap for mana and 1 other. Yeah. It's, again, because you're sacrificing 2 lands, you need at least Crucible of Worlds to keep it going. Although I will point out, sacrificing lands, this is one of those situations where you can get Glacial Chasm off the battlefield and then replay it later. Search for Survivors tries to be a reanimation spell in red. So what you really want from Search for Survivors, you want to combine it with an effect that, the first card that comes to mind off the top of my head is Scavenging Ooze. What I'm looking for is pay some cost, and remove and exile a card from your graveyard. Or maybe exiling a card from your graveyard is the cost. As long as you've got the ability to pick and choose what cards you're getting rid of. You do that, and then you cast Search for Survivors. And if all you've got left is creatures, cool. Thank you. Especially if you've managed to get rid of like any small creatures. So anything that's left in your graveyard is, 5, 6, 7 mana. Oh, thank you for giving me my dragon back. Oh, okay. This is like the only card that I know of in the game where you actually get to shuffle your graveyard. Because keep in mind, most effects in the game don't let you reorganize your graveyard. Anything that's any format where you're looking at modern or newer, you can reorganize your graveyard. Any format where you're looking at like alpha and newer, you can't, because and the cutoff point is, I think, Urza's. It's either the stuff before Urza Block or Urza Block and later. Because there's cards in the game that care about, like, here's a card. Is there a certain kind of card on top of it in the graveyard? Like, or exile the top creature card of your library or of your graveyard and stuff like that. And so certain cards actually care about the order of the graveyard. But by the time Mass Block rolled around, we didn't have to worry about that anymore. So anything that's got like masks and newer, you're safe. Any format that requires older ones, you have to keep the graveyard in order. So if you want to not have to worry about the order your graveyard's in at all, restrict yourself to stuff that's like, I don't know, modern and newer. And then you're good. That being said, Search for Survivors. It's not easy to do any sort of reanimation in red. The first one that comes to my mind is this card, which was in the original Mirrodin set. What? What? Come on. Coming? Okay. That's back, and there we are. Okay. Sorry about that. No idea what happened there, but apparently my my stream just, or my Actually, my computer decided to crash, so no idea what happened there. But anyway, as I was saying, yeah, Trash for Treasure was the card that came to mind to me for being able to reanimate stuff in my graveyard. Obviously, you have to bring back an artifact, but that doesn't mean it can't be an artifact creature. So, Mirror Battlesphere, for example, comes to mind as something that's a reasonable reanimation target. Basically, anything that's got both types is a reasonable reanimation target. Sorry, just trying to get things set back more or less the way I had them before. But Trash for Treasures, Search for Survivors, you just turn around and get rid of anything else that's in your graveyard somehow that's not a creature. And then just reanimate, or cool, graveyard's empty. I discard this big creature to to whatever effect. Search for Survivors. Hey, look, I have one card in my graveyard. Guess what's coming back? So yeah, no, what? I wonder what other cards there are. Alright. Duretti brings back artifacts. This brings back itself. Return this card. This brings back itself. Goblin Engineer brings back a cheap artifact. This brings back a cheap artifact temporarily. This brings back all vehicles. Return target artifact card. This brings back okay, so most of them are going to bring back artifacts. Wonder why Search for Survivors doesn't come up. Otherwise, if it's great, put it onto the battlefield. There. Wow, that puts a big creature in. That can put a creature from your deck into play. Choose our. That reanimate artifact. Guild Feud. Oh! Oh, that's cute. So this will put a creature from your library into play. Fills the number of cards and the number of non-land permanents they control. Put all That's adorable. So have something like Mirror Battlesphere that comes into play and makes 4 more tokens. That's cute. We may put artifacts come into play. This is living death for artifacts. This puts a goblin into play. Choose target armor from your graveyard. This reanimates an elemental till end of turn. Okay, hard to build something that's mono red for Reanimator, but not impossible. Rhystic Lightning is going to deal 2 damage. And if somebody doesn't pay an extra 2, it's going to deal an extra 2 damage. So this is not terra bad, because you're still getting something that's like, play this as a shock that will occasionally do 4. The problem is, realistically, you can get, like, there's Char and there's Flame Javelin, and there's other ways to get 4 damage. Like, see how many ways I can find to deal 4 damage. Sort by mana value. So Galvanic Blast, when you have enough artifacts, which is not actually hard in Commander, is going to deal 4. Guerrilla Tactics, if somebody else makes you discard it, will deal 4. Heartfire, additional cost, sacking a creature or planeswalker. Improvised Club, more likely to be playable. Sack an artifact or creature. Char, 4 damage. Ghostfire Slice. If an opponent controls a multicolored permanent, which is not difficult at all, this is going to be 1 red, 4 damage to any target. Slaying Fire is going to deal 4 damage to any target, more than likely. Yeah. And then Stoke the Flames with Convoke is Stoke the Flames, Flame Javelin, Fire Blast. You have enough options for dealing 4 damage. Rhystic Lightning is not going to be a good option. Green cards. These greens go on while I hold my eyes. So Ventura Elephant, 5 mana for a 4/3 trample. That you can pay, that somebody can pay 3 to make it lose trample. A, they're paying 3 mana. That's a lot. But B, by now you get a 4/4 trample. Five terror greater than 3 toughness greater than 3/0 trample. Sort by power. Everything on this list has to be at least a 4/4. Yeah. 4/5. Not unreasonable. 4/4 trample, that could potentially be 6/6. Owlbear comes into play, draws you a card. Spectral Hunter, doesn't really count. Thundering Ceratok, when it comes to play, other creatures you control gain trample till end of turn. Avenging Hunter comes into play, you get the initiative. You can get 5/5. Elfheim Worm, 5/4 Vigilance Trample. Silverback Shaman, 5/4 Trample. When it dies, draw a card. Like, 5/5 Trample is not unreasonable. Tajuru Pathwarden, 5/4 Vigilance Trample. A 5/5 Vigilance Trample or equivalent is pretty reasonable at 5 mana. And Crasher Rhino Beetles, you've got a 5/5 Trample that gets +10/+10 as long as you control 10 or more lands. Don't play Ventara Elephant unless you have to. Root Cage. Mercenaries don't untap during their controller's untap steps. Oh, you're playing Tribal? You've got something that gives your stuff all creature types? Your creatures aren't untapping. What? Yeah. Somebody playing Tribal should make sure they have a card like Seedborn Muse somewhere in their 99 or 100, I guess. Because an effect like that can just either that or at least have a disenchant effect. That's probably a more reasonable ask. Darba, 4 mana for 5/4, upkeep cost of 2 green. Back in the day, that made sense. Considering I can get a 5/4 trample, or I can get a 5/5 trample for 4 mana nowadays. A 5/4 for 4 should be easy. At least a 4/4 for 4 is a thing. Don't bother. The only reason I could say playing it is because you're playing green and you're playing birds, but no, wouldn't. Verdant Field? No. Oh, sorry, Verdant Field? Actually, not unreasonable. 1 green, 2 other, enchant land. Gives the land the ability, this is basically the green analog to, what was it called? Flowering Field, I think it was, the white one? Yeah, Flowering Field. Except Verdant Field is more useful because it not only gives a point of toughness boost, it also gives a point of power boost. So that's got a lot more flexibility. Well, I shouldn't say it's got a lot more with respect to creatures, it's got more flexibility. Flowering Field, though, can hit players or battles or planeswalkers if you so desire. But Verdant Field is not completely unreasonable. Not a completely unreasonable card. Especially if you've got additional ways to untap it. Should you have additional ways to untap it? Probably not. But if you've got something that's like untap 3 lands, is it Gross and Restore runs together that does that? Yeah. Three mana for 1/2. If you've got 7 or more cards in a graveyard, you can activate to untap 3 lands. Like, throw if you're playing Simic, you throw something like Freed from the Real on it. Tap it to untap 3 lands, including one that taps for blue. You're not just going to generate infinite mana. You can have effects like Verdant Field in play to not just generate infinite mana, but make your creatures infinitely large. Have fun with that. Forgotten Harvest. At the beginning of your upkeep, you may exile a land card from a graveyard. If you do, put a +1 counter on target creature. Know what I was saying a moment ago about Search for Survivors? This gives you ways to eat your graveyard. And at least some of the stuff in your graveyard, and get a bonus out of it. It's slow, but it's an option. You know, it also gives your fetch lands, for example. Fetch lands are too expensive for me. No, they're not. First of all, people say fetch lands. The generic assumption are cards like Flooded Strand and Wooded Foothills and Verdant Catacombs, all of which are, you know, fairly expensive. You know, actually, Flooded Strand, what are you at now? Oh well, you're still relatively inexpensive because you got like 4 printings in, you know, Modern Horizons. This one's really nice. But I mean, that cycle has dropped down dramatically from being like $50 or whatever down to like 12. But that means you get extra, you know, once you crack your fetch land. It's like, oh well, in that case, I don't have a use for it anymore. This gives you a use for the land that's in your graveyard. Mungo Worm? Mungo Worm has... I mean, it's a 4 mana 6/5. You can't untap more than 1 land during your untap step. There are cards that are bigger that have other drawbacks that I would rather play. Actually, this comes to mind. This was a card that saw play back in Standard. It's a 4 mana 6/6 with hexproof. That stops you from being able to cast creature spells. But, A, if an opponent makes you discard it, it comes into play. B, anybody can pay 2 mana to make it lose all abilities, which suddenly means you can cast non-creature spells. So somebody pays the 2 mana and makes it lose hexproof. Cool. Now I can protect it with counter spells. Oh. Yeah. Most people would rather play this over Mungo Worm. Just out of curiosity, 39 cents. Dollar-wise, this is half the price of Mungo Worm. And it's generally a better card. Silk Crawler. 3 mana for a 3/3 when it enters, tap all lands you control. In response to that, you tap your lands for mana. At which point you then continue casting your stuff. If it's turn 3 and you're casting this, okay, that doesn't matter. You've already tapped your lands to cast it. It has no drawback after it's already come into play. So your lands are tapped for 1 turn, which sounds like a lot because, 4 players. But after that, you're done. Munga Worm. So Forgotten Harvest, maybe. Munga Worm, if you're playing Worm Tribal, you might have to run it. Silk Crawler, I don't think anybody actually cares. Pygmy Razorback is one of those funny cards. It's like, it's a 2 mana. Like, here's the thing. ID equal green. Power greater than 0. Toughness greater than 0. Mana value equal to trample. Fine. Does that get rid of it? Yeah, I got rid of it. Okay. So, Sheltering Ancient, 5/5 trample, but it has a drawback. Talara's Battalion, you can actually get around. 3/2. A 3/2 trample is a 3/1 or a 3/2 trample is not unreasonable. A 2/2 trample looks, yeah. And even the 1/1, even a lot of 1/1 tramples are like not difficult to deal with. And then there's, yeah, that should be fine. Figures. Alright. Last row. Wild Might. Again, not good because there's better options. In fact, there's an additional +4/+4. Okay, so this is giving +5/+5. Alright, so what can get +5/+5? Sort by mana value. And I will be back in a moment. Please hold. Well, Okay, let's try that again. So yeah, explosive growth from invasion might be better. Insatiable appetite will be, because it's going to give at least +3/+3. And sacrificing of food, a lot of cards just generate food by happenstance. Like oh, what do you call it? Generous Scent. 6 mana for 5/7 with reach, with 4 cycling. That, when it comes into play, creates a food. You just randomly, hey, by the way, here's a food token on top of everything else. You know, a lot of cards will just, hey, by the way, here's a food token. It would be, a lot of cards are like, it's fine without that. It just happens to, hey, by the way, have this as well. Might of Marasa, again, +3/+3. If you pay the kicker cost, bring it up to 5 mana as opposed to 6 for explosive growth, you're getting +5/+5. Split Second. Sorry, Stonewood Invocation, Split Second. 4 mana, it's getting +5/+5. You look upon the Trask for 5 mana, +5/+5, indestructible, and everything that can block it has to block it this turn, if you choose that option. But realistically speaking, like, Wild Might, but paying 2 isn't that much. So I wouldn't count on being able to get +5/+5. At which point you might as well just play Giant Growth or any of the other 2 mana +4/+4 effects. Elephant Resurgence. Each player creates a green elephant creature token. Parent toughness equal to number of creature cards, and it's so everybody gets basically a token copy of Mortivore. Not quite, but pretty close. The difference between Mortivore, like actual Mortivore, and what the Elephant Resurgence is A, they're one-sided, and B, they don't regenerate. But it's also only a 2-drop. This is a card that you don't cast on 2. This is a card that you cast later. However, if you do have some crazy reason for a creature coming in play and dying right away, you might want to cast this on like turn 3 or turn 4 when there's still nothing in the graveyard, just to make creatures go pop, just so that you can get something else to happen. You know, so if you're looking for a green card to make creatures come into play dead, look into Elephant Resurgence. It might be something that you need. And of course, later in the game, it's like, cool, everyone gets a giant elephant. Ribcage Spider. a 1/4 for 3, 1/4 reach for 3 mana, 2/3, usually somewhere around there. A 1/3 with reach is usually 3 mana, and a 2/4 is commonly 4 mana. But I think you can get a 2/3 with reach these days for 3. You might be able to get 2/4. You know what? Power greater than 0, toughness greater than 2, O reach, ID equal green. Oh, and mana value equals 3. Sort by power. So, a 1/4 that can occasionally become a 3/5. 1/3, 1/4, 1/3, 1/4, 1/5. Two 3 is not unreasonable. 2/4 is doable. Endurance is a 3/4. Granted, it's it's a mythic, but 3/3, 3/3. A 3/3 with reach. A 3/3 with reach, even at common, is not unreasonable. War Historian and Sticky Tongue Sentinel. So why are you playing a 1/4? And I'm not saying don't. I'm saying why are you playing a 1/4 with reach? And sometimes that 4th point of toughness is relevant. If it's the toughness that's relevant, you have access to a 1/5, but that seems to be as high. You've got access to a 1/5. There's a couple of 2/4s. You know what? Let's sort you by toughness. Descending. 5, 4. Oh, Scrap Shooter is silly. 4/4 with reach for 3. With a possibility of giving your opponent a card to naturalize. Okay. Yeah, so if it's just a 1/4 with reach, there's better options. Thresher Beast. 5 mana for a 4. 5 mana for a 4/4. When it becomes blocked, defending player sacks a land. It destroys everything in its path, including the path itself. Yeah. You want to do some kind of mana denial kind of shenanigans. You want to play land destruction without playing land destruction? Play Thresher Beast. What do you mean playing land? Well, land destruction usually involves cards like Ice Storm, Thermal Karst, maybe Creeping Mold, etc., to blow up land specifically. Thresher Beast doesn't do that per se. It just says, oh, you want to block me? Lose a land. What? Yeah. Anything with a multicolor identity? No. Artifacts. Only 6 artifacts, so we can go through them all quickly enough. Hollow Warrior. If you want to attack or block with it, you have to tap another creature. Unless you tap an untapped creature you control. This cost is paid as attackers or blockers are declared. Unless you tap an untapped creature you control, not declared as an attacking or blocking creature that's combat. So you can't attack and tap something that's got vigilance. You should be able to find a 3/4 or 4/4 or 4/3 or something in that ballpark. Something about the same size. That's better than that. Well of Life. Well of Life is kind of cute. At the end of turn, if you've got no lands untapped, gain 2 life. If you're playing a somewhat aggressive deck, and you want something to just pad your life total a little bit, look into Well of Life. You're going to get extra life out of it. Keldon Battle Wagon. 5 mana for 0/3 trample that can't block. When it attacks after the end of combat. Tap an untapped creature you control. This creature gets +X/+X till end of turn, or +X/+0 till end of turn, where X is the power of the creature tapped this way. So, this is basically going to be a one-hit, one-kill. It's going to have 3 toughness. This is basically a big trampling creature where you tap a bunch of creatures you control to give it a giant power boost to kill off one person. If you're lucky, actually, if you turn around, then you play a card like, what do you call it? No, aggravated. Then you cast Aggravated Assault, or then you activate Aggravated Assault. Untap all your creatures, get additional combat phase, kill somebody else. The boost will stack. Then do it again. Hopefully you've got some way to give your Battle Wagon first strike. If you've got a way to give it first strike, game's over. You just sit there and you kill everybody. Oh look, I got 10 mana. Cool. 10 mana? Yeah. Well, I might need 15. Chimeric Idol, 3 mana artifact that can become a 3/3 artifact creature till end of turn by tapping your lands. I will point out that if your lands are already tapped, then tapping them is like trying to tap a creature that's already tapped. It won't have any visual effect. You still get the rest of the ability. You could even have no lands in play. Tap all lands you control. Okay, I don't control any, so I don't tap anything. I would probably play the Battle Wagon over the Chimeric Idol. Well, a Discovery. 6 mana at the beginning of your end step. If you control no one tap lands, draw a card. This thing I think needs to see play in more decks than it does. You know, if you're trying to play a slower controlling deck, meh, whatever. But let's say you're playing with dragons. You know, if you're playing like a dragon tribal deck, just throw a copy of this deck. Cool, I tapped out to play, you know, well, I am... Okay, cool. I tap out to cast Corvold. You know, which is like 7 or 8 mana. Cool, comes into play and I draw a card at the end of turn. And then Copperleaf Angel. 5 mana, 2/2 flyer, which is that's normally like 4 mana realistically when you're playing like colorless. In colored, you can do it for 3. You might be able to do it for 2 depending on rarity and stuff like that. But not unrealistically when you're doing 4 mana, when you're doing colorless, 4 is not unreasonable. Tap, sack X lands, put X+1 counters on Copperleaf Angel. Which means, because they're +1 counters, if you've got anything that increases counters, like, let's say, you play Copperleaf Angel, and then you play Doubling Season, and then you tap and sack 3 lands, you're going to put 6 counters on Copperleaf Angel, which is now going to make it into an 8/8 flyer that you spent 5 mana on. Sure, you just had to sack 3 lands, but now you got an 8/8 flyer, and at that point, you probably have an extra land or 2 in your hand anyway. Never mind what happens when you've got... Oh, is it Sacred Ground? Whenever a spell or ability an opponent controls... Okay, no, it's not that one. And then land. Land ho! There's only 2 of them in the set. So, Rhystic Cave is weird. Activate only as an instant. Yeah, that makes sense. Because you tap a land for... You tap the cave for mana. But then somebody can pay 1 mana to turn around and tell you, no, it's not actually generating mana. Wintermoon Mesa, on the other hand, I think is more playable. Enters tapped. Pay 2, or sorry, tap it for colorless. Pay 2, tap and sack it to tap 2 target lands, which doesn't sound like much. Sometimes that's enough to actually do what you need to do. Because, for example, if you tap lands on, you know, if you do this on somebody's draw step, they don't have the mana on their main phase, which is sometimes relevant. It's not very often. I'll be honest. It's not very often that when you want an effect like this. Although hitting up Maze of Ith which can only affect attacking creatures. I mean, in general, you want Rhystic Import over this. Which is, you know, pay 1 and tap target land. I think the reason they did, because Rhystic Import was from... Oh yeah, Rhystic Import was in Masks. So this is in the same... The problem is, this was in the same block as Rhystic Import. So yeah, kind of caused a bit of an issue there. But that being said, wow, I actually managed to plow through Prophecy tonight. I did not expect to be that quick. So just for lulz, let's take a quick boo at some of the stuff that's common. Let's take a look at some of the reprints that are in, or some of the, some of the stuff that's in Final Fantasy that might be interesting for Pauper, because I enjoy Pauper. Aerith Rescue Mission. I know I'm going to want this for my Pauper Commander deck, because I can turn around and make 3 tokens or use it for something else. A lot of the cards that have got basic land cycling, like the Cloudbound Moogle, are kind of meh. Curl, tap target non-enchantment creature. You can generally have tap target creature at that point. Dwarven Castle Guard, if you're playing some style of Aristocrat stack, Dwarven Castle Guard is up your alley. Fate of the Suncrist, 5 mana to destroy target non-land permanent. If it's a tapped creature, it only costs 3. Add in the speed. That's actually going to be pretty good. Because you know what I was saying before about, what was it called? Excise? Yeah. Oh wow. And for 3 mana you get Excise, target non-land permanent is control incubates X. You can basically, you know, this exiles target non-attacker unless they pay X. This exiles target non-land permanent for 3 mana. And they get an incubate token instead. Fate of the Suncrist, I would play this before Excise itself. Unless, and even if Exile was relevant, there's still other ways to get that. Gillicat, if you've got 2 or more artifacts, it's almost a Sarah Angel. If you're playing with Gillicat, you're probably building knowing it's in there. In which case, you know, you're going to run Ancient Den in there, and probably one of the bridges, and maybe have the odd food token or whatever that happens to get thrown in as a random side bonus. And next thing you know, and it's only here's the thing, it only requires 2 artifacts. That's not that much. Magic Tech Infantry. Cast this off of an Ancient Den and it's already a 2/1. And then 3, you know, just like Goblin Tomb Raider is a 2/2 with haste if you cast it off Ancient Den. But for 3 mana, you dig another one out of your deck. If you've got a way to get your Magic Tech Infantries back into your deck, that little loop can just keep itself fed all day long. And the thing is, you don't need to have, like, having Ancient Den out or another artifact is nice. Turn 3, spending your turn digging a Magitech infantry out will turn on the one that you've already got in play. Paladin's Arms. 3 mana, job select, so it comes into play, and you get a 1/1 hero token and attach the equipment to it. And it becomes a 3/2 knight with Ward 1 for 3 mana, which isn't bad. It's got a quick cost of 4 though, which is a bit high for actual playability in formats like Pauper, unless you've got a way to cheat equipment elsewhere. Slash of Light deals damage equal to the number of creatures you control plus the number of equipment you control the target creature. You would have to build with enough equipment to make it worth playing. Generally, I would say that Thraben Charm is going to be better, especially because it's also more flexible. Summon Chocomog. 3 mana for a 3/3 Saga creature. Saga Bird Moogle. It's got 4 chapters. Each chapter gives other creatures you control +1/+0 till end of turn. So for 4 turns, so for 3 mana, for 4 turns, all your other creatures get +1/+0 till end of turn. My problem with that card is that Warded Battlements, I think it's called. This. Visual spoiler. Don't need you. Yeah, Warded Battlements is the exact same cost. It's a 0/3 with Defender that just says attacking creatures you control get +1/+0. It is going to make a bit more difference with things like, fight, but realistically, you're not seeing that much in Pauper. Plus, this will not affect creatures. This will not affect creatures that come into play after that chapter ability goes off. Whereas Warded Battlements will affect anything that's attacking. So realistically, I would play Warded Battlements first. If I need another effect like that, well, to be honest, if I need another effect like that, you've got, and of course now that I just closed it, now that I can't remember the name of the card I'm thinking of, you've got effects like Guardian's Pledge. So, yeah, for basically the same cost, giving everything +2/+2 is huge. Weapons Vendor. Weapons Vendor will turn around and make an effect like Paladin's Arms a lot easier to deal with. 4 mana for a 2/2 comes in play, draw a card. Beginning of combat on your turn, if you control our equipment, you may pay 1. When you do, attach target equipment you control to target creature you control. So you can turn around and, cool, I cast this for 4. Let's say I have 5 mana. I cast this for 4, draw a card, pay a 5th mana, attach the Paladin's Arms to this. I now have a 4/3 blocking Human Artificer Knight. Weapons Vendor is going to make certain decks a lot easier to play than, because that simple, it's basically like a brass squire. White Orosite in commander decks like what I do that want mana rocks at common. White Orosite is going to be pretty good. It's not going to replace Marble Diamond, but it's certainly going to supplement it. Plus, it's a removal spell. It's basically Banishing Light, plus a mana rock for 4 mana, which is pretty good. White Major Staff. You basically get a 2/2 cleric that when it attacks you gain a life. Commander decks might want it for the attack trigger to gain life, but probably not. But, I mean, if you take this and you throw it on a Johnny's Pridemate, your 2/2 Johnny's Pridemate attacks. Well, okay, now it's a 3/3. Attacks, you gain a life. Now it's got a +1/+1 counter on it, so now it's actually swing as a 4/4. That's not a thing in Pauper, but that is a thing that you can do. I don't see White Mage's Staff really being a thing in Pauper. You're not alone. Pauper decks generally have enough creatures that this is often going to be 1 white for +4/+4. It's going to take some actual work to make it only +2/+2, and often +2/+2's enough. Combat tutorial. This is Divination / Council of the Storatami. That puts a +1 counter on one of your creatures. Throw this on what do you call it? You make the birds. Murmuring Mystic? Yeah, put this on Murmuring Mystic. And suddenly it's, instead of being a 1/5, it's now a 2/6, which is actually reasonable and something people will occasionally want to attack with. That has also generated another bird token. Dragoon's Wyvern. 3 mana for a 2/1 that makes a 1/1 token. I mean, 3 mana for a 2-power creature is fine, but you can do better. But the fact that it brings along a second body with it does actually make this a bit more useful. If you're playing blue-white and you're playing that self-balanced deck, kind of like that deck that's in Standard right now, where you've got the Nurturing Pixie and whatever that brings that, the black discard enchantment back to hand. There's a deck kind of like that in Pauper that can constantly recur. Well, it's got Core Skyfisher, for example, and it brings back Omen of the Dead, let's say, which is, instead of making somebody discard a card, it's Raised Dead. And just being able to consistently bring that back and look, oh, my Core Skyfisher died, I'll replay my Omen, bring it back. I'll replay the Skyfisher, bring that back to my hand, and just, yeah, the amount of just pure value you can get out of that, and being able to do something along that lines with Dragoon's Wyvern. It's an option. Dreams of Laguna. I like this better than think twice by a long shot. It's the same cost. The flashback is one more. But instead of just draw a card, you surveil one, then draw a card. I think if you're playing any sort of control deck in Pauper, you want this over Think Twice. Does your deck want Think Twice? That's a different question. But you definitely want this over Think Twice. The thing is, you're also going to have to decide between, like, do you want this and deep analysis? You're going to want deep analysis first. But if you need more of that, more card draw that you can cast from your graveyard, maybe Dreams of Laguna is worth it. Ice Flan. 5/4 with Island Cycling 2. This is the sort of thing that if you're playing it to reanimate it. You get a 5/4 creature. When it enters, tap target artifact or creature an opponent controls and put a stun counter on it, which is going to tap it down for the next turn. And sometimes that's enough to, like, Alpha Strike for. Sometimes that's enough to just turn around and win the game right then and there. And you still have a 5/4 blocker left behind. So, I don't know. Might be useful in certain types of decks. Ice Magic. 2 mana, return target creature to its owner's hand. If you pay an additional 2, put on their choice of top or bottom of their library instead. And if you pay an additional 6, which is 8 mana or total, 8 mana in total, target creature's owner shuffles it into their library. You're not going to pay 8 mana for this. In a format like Pauper, you're not paying 8 mana for this. You're probably looking at this as a expensive unsummon, which will occasionally get occasionally turn around and tap target's Twitch streamer and go wee. You're occasionally going to look at this as a card where you can pay, instead of being an expensive unsummon, in response to them cracking a fetch land, like one of the landscapes, let's say they're, oh, by the way, your creature gets put into your deck, and now yeah. I don't think most people are going to have an interest in Ice Magic. Magic Damper. Target creature you control gets +1/+1 and gains hexproof till end of turn. Untap it. This card does a lot of, like, people do not realize how much work this card does in a, it's one of those cards where none of it is a lot, but it does so many small things that it might be worth playing. Poke in for some extra damage. Or make one of your blockers better. Protection from removal spell. Actually, in Standard, I think this is going to end up being really good. Because +1/+1 and hexproof, like, that's going to stop a lot. Like, people just aren't going to be able to, spot removal your creature suddenly. And then untap it. Cool. I just fake give my creature vigilance. By the way, Murmuring Mystic suddenly gets another burden. Oh yeah. Oh, this thing is going to end up being really good. I think this is going to end up being good I think it's going to be good in Standard. I think it's going to be good in Pauper. It might make it into Pioneer. I doubt it'll make it beyond that. I do not know how to actually pronounce this. Let's see if I can find something quickly. Okay, so from what I'm seeing quickly without going hunting for it, it looks like it's commonly just Kikirin. It's probably not pronounced that way, but from a quick Google search without spending a lot of time on it, it looks like it's just simply Kikirin. Anyway, I know I want a copy of this card for my mono blue commons only commander deck because it can draw a bunch of cards. It can draw cards, which is something that deck really wants. But I think this is going to be too slow for. I think this is going to be too slow for most decks in most formats. This is going to be one of those fun kitchen table cards, but beyond that, this is going to be too slow because if you want to be able to draw and discard a card, you can do that for like 2 mana with Merfolk Looter, let's say. Kitchen table flip. Oh! I just don't see this being. I mean, the fact that it can sack later in the game to draw 3. But realistically, the problem is sort by rarity. Okay, fine. You've got 11 dual lands plus the Radiant Fountain. You've got a filter land, no tooth, and you may sack this land and return another target permanent from your graveyard to your hand. And Gold Saucer, you're going to need to run enough artifacts to make it worthwhile. And as for the rares, you have white, blue, black, red, green. So 5 of them that are basically lands that come into play tapped and tap for a mana of the appropriate color that have a adventure side. One dual land. Transform. What do you turn into? Whenever it attacks, draw a card. Maybe. Clyde's Hideaway. If you control 4 more electric, this is going to get played in a lot of decks. And Starting Town is going to get played in a lot of decks because it's it's a land that comes into play on. This is basically another. It's basically another mana confluence. If you need a mana confluence and you don't mind if it occasionally comes into play tapped, you're looking at that. But the problem is the towns that exist are like at common, for example, you're basically looking at guild gates with a different name. A radiant fountain, something for fixing your mana. That was it, right? 4, 8. Yeah. So you're looking at running for Pauper anyway. You're looking at You're looking at your guild gates with a different name. Your mana, not mana confluence. Your radiant fountain, and a land that comes into play that taps for a color. Realistically speaking, like, you might. I cannot see this seeing play in Pauper and assuming it's going to be cheap to activate. I see this seeing play in Pauper. Sorry, if I see this seeing play in Pauper, I expect it to be like at around 5 mana to activate. Because you've only got the 12 lands. Dual lands, is there a reason to run towns over guild gates or guild gates over towns? If you're not playing anything that requires gates, then you might as well run towns. If you're doing that, then maybe you want to consider this. Retrieve the Esper is going to be good. Retrieve the Esper is going to be a single card that can get you a 3/3 and a 5/5. That's going to be good. Especially because a 5/5 is such a strong size in Pauper. It is common, no pun intended, for creatures in Pauper to basically, like, a 3/3 will stop most things, but still dies to Lightning Bolt and a bunch of other removal spells that is commonly played, that cares about how big the creature is. 3/3 is just big enough that it dies to do enough things. Once you hit 4 toughness, things change. I can see this being in a deck that mills itself, for example, and then just somebody paying 6 mana and going, hey, by the way, now we've got a 5/5. You know, pay 4 mana, maybe attack for a turn or 2, it dies to something else. Hilariously, because it's a sorcery that makes a token, this will help with like Tolarian Terror and similar effects. Like cast 2, retrieve the Espers. And suddenly now this is a 5-drop. Yeah. I think this is going to see more play than I do. Plus, it's also going to make birds for Murmuring Mystic. Plus, if anybody's playing with Prowess or something similar, it's going to make bodies. Like, this is just going to be, this is going to find, it's going to find a home somewhere. Rook turret is cute. This is, like I said before, like I said in a previous stream, Phantom Monster has basically been kicked to the curb and told you're not good enough anymore. This is a Phantom Monster that whenever another artifact you control enters, you can loot. Oh, cool. I got a random food token. Loot. Oh, I played Icor Wellspring. Loot. You know. Oh, look, I played Gingerbrute. Loot. And the thing is, you can assume it's just going to be a 3/3 flyer for 4 mana, which is fine. And most decks will be able to just randomly loot a couple of times out of it. And the thing is, you don't have to loot. You can choose not to draw and discard. I know I want this for my mono blue common stack. It's not incredible, but just, let's see if I can find it here. Close that one for now. Mono blue Cantrip City. What have I got for artifacts? So, Clockwork Fox. Sky Scanner. It's probably going to kick out the Sky... Well, yeah, it might kick out the Sky Scanner. No, I might keep that one around instead. Relic of Progenitus. My 7 mana rocks, so that's already 10 cards. Fetch lands. No artifact lands in here as of yet. But that means it is not unreasonable that, you know, a couple of times a game I get a free loot out of it. But I expect a, oh wow, a black deck is constantly going to end up having random stuff coming into play because, like, Blood Fountain, I believe, is an artifact. Ultras? Oh, that. You're casting it the first time, and then beyond that, you're not paying mana cost. I think, is that what you're called? Yeah. At the beginning of each of your upkeep, copy the spell except for its epic ability. Yeah, you are not paying its mana cost, so Ultras. Neither of Ultras' abilities to... No. It's basically just grabbed and thrown onto the stack. Sage's Nullis is going to make a 2/1 when it attacks untapped target attacking creature. I'm not expecting to see this see much play in Pauper. maybe to throw on something to give it pseudo vigilance, but there's better ways to do that. The Sahuagin? The Sahuagin is going to be fun. You're going to need to wait later in the game to make it actually do anything. Oh, what's playable that's 4 mana or higher? Arms of Hadar is the first one that comes to mind. Any mass removal-ish kind of card. You don't really see global pumps getting played, because even Glorious... Oh, I can't remember what it's called. I've had it up a couple of times already. Damn it. Control-Shift-T. Guardian's Pledge. Even Guardian's Pledge is only 3 mana. And the thing is, you have to actually be spending mana on it. This isn't like, you can get away with casting foil and pitching cards or whatever to it. You have to actually spend the mana onto it. So you're not... Sahuagin might get pumped once or twice in any given game. But I think realistically you can assume it might get pumped once. In Commander? Yeah, but Dismiss is way too slow. Why would you play Dismiss when you can just play Counterspell, Arcane Denial, or a pitch counter, thwart, let's say, so on and so forth. It's like, Holly, I get what you're saying, but it's, yeah. Rewind, maybe. Is Rewind even common? I don't remember. I think it's at least uncommon. Rewind. Oh, okay, it did make it to common. When did that get printed at common? Oh, it was originally. I'll be damned. Okay, did not know that. Yeah, Rewind I could see. The problem with Rewind is it's 4 mana to counter a spell. And if the Rewind gets stopped, you don't untap the lands. Which means having to have at least 5 mana open. Because Rewind, and then let's say Pyroblast your Rewind, so now I Blue Elemental Blast your Pyroblast. It's a lot harder to make it work. Realistically, again, we're talking Pauper. So it's a lot harder to make that work. Yeah, exactly. So Sahuagin, I don't see it seeing play. Scorpion Sentinel, I could see I could see Scorpion Sentinel being tossed into a deck that expected to go long. This is basically a early cheap chump blocker. Okay, Night Holly. This is basically a cheap early blocker. A 1/4 is actually a really healthy size for 2 mana, especially in blue. Normally you're looking at a 1/3. And then once the game goes on long enough, it's a 4/4. You have 7 lands, it suddenly goes and gets bulky and goes. So I can see Scorpion Sentinel actually getting played. Stuck in Summoner's Sanctum. It does hit more things. This is basically Weatherstone. What is it? No. Weakstone Subjugation. The problem is Weakstone Subjugation exists. The problem is Weakstone Subjugation exists, which is a single blue to do it. You're paying an extra 2 mana, with flash I might add, and tapping down the tapping the permanent. Doesn't untap, and its activated abilities can't be activated. Okay, so generally I would play Weakstone Subjugation first, but Stuck in Summoner's Sanctum may not be awful as like an additional source of that. But you're playing the summonation, the subjugation first. Ahriman, 3 mana for a 2/2 flying death touch is going to do a lot of work. Like, yes, it dies to a lot of things because it's only 2 toughness. But if that sticks around for any legitimate amount of time, Death Touch means it kills like Tellurian Terror and, you know, and your other giant ocean beasts. Pay 3, sack another creature or artifact, draw a card. Almost nobody's going to be using it for that. That's one of those random, hey, in case of emergency, I also have this. It's largely going to be 3 mana for 2/2 Flying Death Touch. I feel like that also exists for like 2 mana for 1/1, which might be the better option. I am not 100% on this card. I think somebody's going to try it somewhere. Black Mage's Rod. Is going to turn around and like you're going to end up with a 2/1 Black Mage. What? Let's see if I can find one quickly and easily. Oh, yeah, this. Cornered by Black Mages. We'll get to the rest of the card in a moment. There are... Oh, here we go. Wizard tokens. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, this token deals 1 damage to each opponent. It's a 0/1 with that ability. Black Mage's Rod. Job select. So make a 1/1, attach this to it, give it an extra point of power. So this basically takes the Black Mage Wizard token and gives it an extra 2 points of power. And it's got an equip cost of 3. Yeah, it's again a bit on the expensive side, but it makes sense considering how much burnination you can get out of this. You're going to get a 2/1 that's going to just be able to start burninating your opponents. Oh, it's equipped. This is equipped to something? Cool. All my non-creature spells, instants, sorceries, enchantments, artifacts, they're all going to come with this additional rider of, hey, by the way, ping you for one. Hey, by the way, ping you for one. Hey, by the way, ping you for one. In fact, I need a couple of copies of this for my mono black burn deck. Because suddenly, you know, my guess verdict is make you sack a creature, and by the way, take 2. Speaking of which, cornered by black mages. 3 mana sorcery. Target opponent sacks a creature of their choice, and then you make a token that has the pinging ability I was just talking about. I will point out that you have already cast Cornered by Black Mages by the time you're making the token, so you don't get the extra ping out of it. You don't get the ping from, you know, the create a black wizard token does not see this having been cast in, you know, in the first place, which is sad, but oh well. Fight on. 3 mana, raise dead 2 creatures as an instant. We've seen that enough times. Generally, people, if you want that kind of effect, you play Blood Fountain instead. Because it just does, it does enough more to make it worthwhile. Hectize. 2 mana for a 1/1, comes to play, each opponent discards a card. We've seen this enough times. There's no reason to play this over other cards that have a similar effect. There's no reason not to. It's just personal preference at that point. Malboro, which I'm pretty sure a lot of people are going to call, especially a lot of older people, are going to call Marlboro. 6 mana for 4/4, Swamp Cycling 2. When it enters, each opponent discards a card, loses 2 life, and exiles the top 3 cards of their library. I just realized, discards a card, 1, loses 2 life, 2, and exiles the top 3 cards. It's also a 4/4. 1, 2, 3, 4, I declare somewhere. But yeah, Malboro, somebody, like, this is not terrible to be in a deck where you want to keep bringing the same creatures back over and over again. In fact, you have that in combination with like Blood Fountain, and it's just gonna wreak havoc. Not as big as some of the stuff that you reanimate, especially in, you know, even in black, like Lot Giant. It's still gonna be a pain. Namazu Trader. So maybe you're looking to win by a different manner rather than, you know, just burn out your opponent. Namazu Trader. 4 mana for a 3/4. When it enters, you lose life and make a treasure. Whenever it attacks, you may sack another creature or artifact. If you do, surveil 2. Decent for getting cards into your graveyard. This also will, as a one-shot, get you from 4 to 6 mana on your next turn, because 4 mana now. If you play a land that's 5 and crack the treasure makes 6. So, you know, maybe cast this one turn and then Malboro the next turn. But this is going to be, you know, this is... I would want to play this in an aristocrat style deck. The problem is this is a attack trigger, and I generally want activated abilities for something like that. Kuturb for rare. 3 mana for a 3/2. When it enters, choose one. Destroy target creature that was dealt damage this turn, or exile up to 2 target cards from a single graveyard. This is more commonly, I think, going to be used as the latter. However, you attack, they block. After combat is done, you go, hey, by the way, kill your creature now. Wait, what? Yeah, it took damage, kill it now. I think this is going to see some play. Primarily as graveyard removal that will occasionally... Like, this is one of those cards like... I'm drawing a blank on names right now. But, like, I know White's got a couple of guys that see play that have options. You know, they come into play and choose one. Do this or do that. Oh, I mean, Charming Prince is Charming Prince? Yeah, Charming Prince comes to mind. Charming Scoundrel. But there's one that sees play. Oh, Dawnbringer Cleric. That's the one I was thinking of. Completely failed on the name. Yeah, I rarely see any of the others, but Dawnbringer Cleric, definitely. This is going to be a similar style of effect. Resentful Revelation. I played this at the release. Again, another card for when you want to try and fill your graveyard. And are also trying to find... Like, the great thing is you're not looking for a specific card when you play this. Well, let me rephrase that. It doesn't say, you know, you're looking for a creature card, you're looking for a land card, you're looking for... No, you're looking for, you know, you put one into your hand. It doesn't say what it... You know, there's no restriction on what it has to be, which is nice. So it can be a land this turn, a creature the next time, you know, sorcery following turn, an enchantment later, yada, yada, yada. So, Resentful, I am sure this is going to see play somewhere. I'm sure people are going to, just to help them churn through. Plus, you know, the rest go into your graveyard. This is not a unreasonable place to put cards for certain decks, because if you're playing, you know, if you're playing your Dredge style deck that wants to reanimate, you know, Lotlet Giant and just burn out your opponent, in case you're wondering what I'm referring to, it's this thing. So the size doesn't matter. It matters a little bit, but it doesn't matter really. When it enters, 1 damage to target opponent for each creature in your graveyard. You have, say, 17 creatures in your graveyard. You reanimate this, comes into play, it deals 17 to your opponent. I will also point out that look at the top 3 cards of your library. They're technically still in your library. Put 1 into your hand and the rest into your graveyard. That means the other 2 are going from your library to your graveyard. So that will affect cards like Narcomoeba, which say when it's put into your graveyard from your library, you may put onto the battlefield. you not? I thought you had a common printing. Maybe not. So that will affect certain decks. But yeah, that's going to be good for a lot of decks. Sephiroth's Intervention. Destroy target creature, you gain 2 life. Not enough. It's 4 mana instant. At 3 mana, you get Murder. At 1 black plus 2, you get easier versions of Murder. At 2 mana, you still have Ultimate Price, Cast Down. Cast Down being the big one. Plus, for no mana, but 4 life, you can play Snuff Out, which is a stupidly expensive card on Magic Online in terms of tickets. Checklist, sort by tickets. Excuse you. Thank you. It's only got 2 actual printings. The dual deck version on Magic Online and Mercadian Masks. And you're looking at the ballpark of, 10 to 12 tickets each. Because these other ones have not somehow made it onto Magic Online. Even though they're common. Yeah. Oh yeah, I never actually did go through what it does. If you control a swamp, you can pay 4 life rather than its mana cost, which is black plus 3. Destroy target non-black creature. It can't be regenerated. Yeah, nobody's going to pay 4 mana to destroy target creature when you can do it for 0 mana, 2 mana, 3 mana really easily. And if you can't target the creature, you often have 2 mana to boot. I just heard a thing. What did I hear? Okay. Good enough. Yeah. 2 and 3 mana, you get sack options as well, i.e. target player sacrifices a creature, etc. So yeah, most people don't bother. Shinra Reinforcements, 3 mana, 2/3, enters, mill 3 and gain 3. I don't think most people are going to have an interest in this. I don't think, well, let me rephrase that. I don't think most pauper players are going to have an interest in this. Being able to mill 3 is nice. Being able to gain 3 is nice. I just don't think, it does anything specific that people are looking for. Understudy Dire Rat, 2 mana for 1/1, or sorry, for 2/2. So decent size for 2 mana at common these days. When it dies, you make a treasure. So it kind of only costs 1 mana to cast it. The funny thing is, because it's a treasure token that gets generated when it dies, you have all these effects that say, start by mana value. There we go. So, Costly Plunder. you can sack an artifact or creature. Eviscerator's Insight is basically the exact same thing, but it's also got a flashback. Fanatical Offering is the exact same thing, but you also get a map token. Reckoner's Bargain is the exact same thing that also gives you life. You know, all four of these are like, so don't play Costly. If you're playing Costly Plunder, you're doing it wrong. You have Eviscerator's Insight, Fanatical Offering, and Reckoner's Bargain. All three of will let you sacrifice the rat, draw 2, then sacrifice the token, and draw 2 again. Fanatical Offering creates a map token, so then you can sacrifice the map token and draw 2 again. So I think Undercity Dire Rat might end up sneaking into play just because of all these draw 2s. If people think it's good enough. It's a 2-mana 2/2, which is... The fact that it leaves an artifact behind might be worth slightly more than leaving a body behind, because a lot of cards that have this kind of effect when they die leave like a 1/1 token behind or something. Undercity Dire Rat might actually make it. Vane's Treachery, most people do not care. However, if you're playing a black sack deck, the fact that it gives the creature -6/-6, but again, now you're looking at the fact of 2 mana to blow up a creature. Any creatures that -6/-6 specifically would deal with, that -2/-2 wouldn't. You're probably playing an effect like Cast Down instead. Well, if you're playing Cast Down, why do you need to give my... You don't need this. Vane's Treachery might go into the sideboard in certain matchups where people start playing River Boa again. Vince's Limit Break. Until end of turn, so 2 mana plus, you know, potentially an additional 1 or 3. Until end of turn, target creature control gains. When this creature dies, return it to the battlefield tapped under its owner's control and has the chosen base pair and toughness. So, for 2 mana, until end of turn, it's a 3/2. For 3 mana, it's a 5/2. And for 5 mana, it's a 7/2. You're kind of looking at this as destroy target creature. This is basically a tiered version of giving the creature death touch and having it come back into play. That already exists, and I think it's only 1 or 2 mana period. You do not... Again, Pauper's not looking for this. Blazing Bomb. Again, requiring you to spend at least 4 mana. And tap and sack only as a sorcery to target creature. Not worth playing. It looks fun. If you're able to make it bigger somehow by other methods, this can start being more useful. But, I mean, without that, you're comparing it to, like, Mog Fanatic and Frostling. And even Ember Hauler. I don't think that's good enough. Call the Mountain Chocobo. This is hilarious. 4 mana. Tutor up a mountain, put in your hand. Does not say basic. Make a 2/2 green bird. When a land you control enters, get the token +1/+0. So it's a token with landfall power boost, and it's got a flashback. You're tutoring up the mountain, of course, so that next turn, it's already going to attack for 3 because you play the land that you just tutored up. This is going to be too slow. It's hilarious, but it's going to be too slow. I will point out, though, that regardless of the rest of what it does, it's a red card that searches up a mountain that does not have to be basic. Haste Magic. Unsurprisingly, gives a creature haste till end of turn. But 2 mana, +3/+1, haste, exile the top card of your library that you can basically play until end of turn. This is going to get played somewhere. Hillgigas, 6 mana for 5/4 trample haste with mountain cycling. Not an unreasonable ask, not an unreasonable size and cost. But we also have we have Oliphant that people occasionally play. Which is a 6/4. Bedhead Beastie I could see people playing. Oh, yeah, I would probably play... I might play Bedhead Beastie over that. But realistically, it's only Oliphant, and that's a 6/4. So it's got an extra point of power. It doesn't have haste. It does trample. I don't know. Hillgigas might make it. Although, part of the reason why Oliphant sees play as well is because it's also Mountain Cycling 1. Which is kind of a big deal. Item Shopkeep. Whenever you attack, target attacking equipped creature gains menace till end of turn. So, you have to be attacking. And the attacking creature has to have equipment attached to it. In other formats like Standard, that's actually... And Standard, Modern, Pioneer, that's actually quite reasonable. It's not that big a thing in Pauper because people don't commonly... Like... The problem is being able to find good playable equipment at Common. And a lot of them are like, just people don't use it for that. Laughing Mad. Laughing Mad is your thrill possibility for an extra mana, but it's got flashback. And its flashback is only 1 more mana over its base cost. Like, this is going to get played somewhere. Somebody's going to make use of this. Especially if they've got... especially if they've got some way to reduce the cost on it. I don't expect them to have to reduce it, but if they've got any way to reduce the cost, this gets dumb really fast. Goblin, a Narcomancer. Is that what I'm thinking of? Each spell you cast that's red or green costs 1 less to cast. 4 Narcomancers, 4 Laughing Mads. This is with 2 Narcomancers. You have a, you know, it costs 1 to cast and 2 to flash back. And then Thornscape Familiar. Thornscape Familiar reduces your red spells by 1. And it's a 2/1 for 2, which is not terribly bad. So run 4 Thornscapes, 4 Goblin and Archimancers. Your Laughing Mad, quite reasonably, quite commonly, is going to be like 1 mana instant. Pitch a card, draw 2. Flash it back for 2. Really easy to make that, like, really broken. Light of Judgment. Light of Judgment is basically red trying to say destroy target creature and up to 1 equipment attached to that creature. It's not going to see play. This is too slow. You know, if people were like, because honestly, if you want to destroy target creature, play Fisher. I swear to God, play Fisher. It's got a slightly harder cost. It's 2 red plus 3 instead of 1 red plus 4. But just destroy target creature. It can't be regenerated. You also get to blow up an equipment. Okay, blowing up equipment. I mean, red yawns and an artifact gets blown up. Obsidian Elder, 3 mana, comes into play, so it's a 1/3, comes into play, you make a Black Mage token. This is basically a red card that makes a second, that makes 2 bodies. But what it does also do is, as long as you've got that token around, all your burn spells have an additional rider of, hey, by the way, take an extra damage. I think this is just a bit too slow for Pauper. I think if this was like a 2 mana 1/1, people would play it. Speaking of which, Red Mage's Rapier. So, job select, equip 3. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, this creature gets +2/+0 till end of turn. It basically has prowess, except it's the, oh, what do you call it? Slick Yeah, the Slick Shot Show Off. 2 mana. Yeah, this is basically making a, so Red Mage's Rapier is basically making a common version of Slick Shot Show Off. It doesn't have flying, it doesn't have haste, but as equipment, it can bounce around to other things. Subtender. Whenever a land you control enters, deals 1 damage to each opponent. Yeah, 2/1 reach, which is eh. You're playing Pauper. You play 4 of these, and you play like any kind of fetch land, access tunnel, evolving wilds, anything of that sort of nature. These get dome. Summon GF Ifrit. 3 mana for a 3/2 with 4 chapters. Chapters 1 and 2 allow you to rummage. 3 and 4 get you an extra mana. Chances are 3 mana, assuming this lives. 3 to cast. Turn. You play it on 3. Turn 4. You might have drawn into a second land because you got to loot twice, plus a draw step. So, not unreasonable that you have 4 mana on 4. On turn 5, you'll add a red. So, turn 5, you should have 5 mana. Turn 6, you might actually have 6 mana because the red and dropping an extra land is not out of the realm of possibility. If it lasts that long. But it's a 3/2. And it's also an enchantment. I probably expect this to die before it hits chapter 3. It dies easy. Suplex. Suplex has got a fair amount of discussion about it over at Propaganda, on his stream last time we were talking about cards from Final Fantasy. This came up. And there's like 3 cards that do something similar. There's Suplex, there's, I think it's a Braid, and Cast into the Fire. And they all do just enough different things that they're not all, there's no which one is better in, like, there's cards that are better in certain use cases, but none of the 3 are strictly better than each other. So this is just an additional option. Because you also have to remind, like, comparing this to a Braid, is instant, 3 damage to target creature, destroy target artifact. This is sorcery, 3 damage to target creature. If that creature would die this turn, exile it instead, or exile target artifact. You're exiling whatever you hit anyways, but this is sorcery versus instant. Compare Cast into the Fire, which is still instant, still exile target artifact, but deals 1 damage to each of up to 2 target creatures. So what's better? I think Suplex is going to see more play than the other 2 because it does exile regardless, but it's not a straight and solid which one's better. Thunder Magic. Thunder Magic is kind of silly. For an instant, Red, 2 damage to target, and only deals damage to target creature. For a single red, 2 damage. For red plus 3, 4 damage. For 2 red plus 5, 8 damage. They're trying to, you're paying 7 mana, you're basically saying destroy target creature. But again, we have cards in red that say destroy target creature. We even have, we have them at higher rarity in more modern times that say destroy target creature or exile target creature. Transmogrify, 4 mana, exile target creature. They from Core Set 2021, which came out in 2020, so 5 years ago. They flip over cards till they hit a creature card, put that in play, and then shuffle. But we have cards in red that just outright kill creatures. Is there a reason this could not have been worded to say destroy target creature? I don't know. Maybe it felt wrong because there's creatures that are resistant to the damage or something, but still. I see Thundaga and I'm like, it feels like it should just be destroy target creature by that point. Warrior's Sword, 4 mana, you get a 4/3. And that's literally all it is. And an equip cost of 5. Without an effect like Weapons Vendor, it's not going to be worth playing that because it's an equip cost of 5. But even so, it doesn't do enough. It's just stats and not enough to make it worthwhile. Airship Crash, 3 mana, destroy target artifact, enchantment, or creature with flying. Instant, cycling 2. Broken Wings got reprinted. When was your original print? Is it Zendikar Rising? Yeah, originally printed in Zendikar Rising. Okay. Yeah. The most recent version of that's not just a reprint is Shower of Arrows, which is Broken Wings with Scry 1. Airship Crash is the same thing, with cycling 2. I think I would rather have the cycling 2 than the Scry 1. Airship Crash might make it into the very odd deck because of the cycling, because I think there's enough artifacts, enchantments, and flyers in the format that people legitimately play that might be interesting enough to play. I doubt it. I really doubt it, but I don't know. Probably not. I'm going to assume it's not good enough. People usually want cards that are a bit more narrow than that. Balam T-Rexor. 6 mana for 6/6 trample with 4 cycling 2. When it enters, gain 3 life. Compared to Colossal Dreadmaw. This is basically Colossal Dreadmaw with 4 cycling and a life gain when it comes into play. I mean, people can say Colossal Dreadmaw has been kicked to the curb, but I mean, you know it's really been kicked to the curb when you can do this. Yeah. Hate to say it, Don't think it does enough for the format. There's enough big creatures that do stuff. I don't think it does enough. Because you've got Annoyed Altasaur. You've got Generous Ent. You've got, I mean, hell, you still have to contend with that red-green Eldrazi. That whenever one of your Eldrazi dies gets a 1/1 counter on it. Bard's Bow. This basically makes a 3/3 with reach for 3 mana, which, as we saw earlier, is not actually bad. It's actually fairly decent. The problem is the equip cost is 6. You are basically going to cast this as a 3/3 with reach, and if the token dies, you're like, oh well. If, on the other hand, you decide you're going to be silly and play Tron, that equip of 6 is suddenly like, I can do that. Yes, what happens if my Eldrazi, what happens if my Ulamog's Crusher is a 10/10 instead of an 8/8? No big deal. It's fine. It's fine. But yeah, I don't think realistically it's going to see play. Blitzball Shot, I think this is our second time getting this ability at this cost. Sort by mana value. Oh wow. Blitzball Shot, Fanatical Strength, Predator Strike, Staggering Size, four of them. 3 of which are going to be in standard now. So yeah, if none of those were really seeing much play, Blitzball Shot is not going to see play. Chocobo Kick. Do 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 do. Chocobo Kick. Do 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 do. Wark! Kicker cost of returning a land you control to owner's hand. A lot of the Chocobo in this set have a landfall trigger, usually of getting a power boost till end of turn. Target creature you control deals damage equal to its power to target creature an opponent controls, so it's a bite spell. If the spell was kicked, deals twice that much damage instead. Wow. So even if you've got a 2-power creature, it's going to bite for 2, or if you kick it, it's going to bite for 4. If you've got a 4-power creature, if you've got a 3-power creature and bounce a land, it will kill most things in the game. And if you've got a 4 or a 5, and when I say most things in the game, the 3 bouncing a land is 6. That will kill your Tolarian Terrors and Cryptic Serpent, or whatever it's called, and variants thereof, which basically top out at 6/6. It'll kill your Murmuring Mystic. The birds will be left behind, but it'll kill the Murmuring Mystic. And it will kill, and at 4, it'll kill Ulamog's Crusher. And at 5, it'll kill Eldrazi Devastator. So, and this is one-sided. This is my thing is hitting your thing. You're not hitting back. I think this is going to see play. I think this is going to, because the fact that you can, you know, a simple fact, like returning a land back to owner's hand as the kicker cost, like bring back, I don't know, Radiant Fountain. Commune with beavers. Can I speak beaver? I think this is going to see play. This is like, was it Adventurous Impulse or whatever it's called? Adventurous. Wow, Adventurous Impulse. I cannot spell today. Look at the top 3. You may reveal a creature or land. Compare Commune with Beavers, which is the same thing, but you also get Artifact as an option. If you're considering playing with Adventurous Impulse, Commune with Beavers is a strict upgrade. You know, if you were playing Tron and you want that look at the top X card, some number of cards, you're going to hit pretty much, like in a Tron deck, this will hit 90% of your cards probably. It won't hit other communes, it won't hit Sylvan Scryangs, but it'll hit pretty much everything else. Gigantode. It's a 4-mana 4/4 that with enough lands and plays a 6/6. But it doesn't do anything. It doesn't have, like, when I say it doesn't do anything, I mean, it's big. Don't get me wrong. It's big. This can be played fairly easily on turn 3. You know, turn 1 or 2, some kind of accelerant. Llanowar Elf, Rampant Growth, something. Turn 3 drops this, and it's a 4/4, which is already a big threat. But 7 or more lands to make it into a 6/6. And if people realize you're playing green, which they should, as soon as you drop something that taps for green mana. Not enough. Gubu, I don't know if it's Gubu or whatever, but Gubu Gardener. 2 mana for a 1/3 that taps for green. There's already cards that do this. In fact, I think my mono group Elves deck. Where are you here? Yeah, Druid of the Cow already existed by then. Llanowar Scout kind of does a similar effect. Priest of Titania is just so much bigger because, you know, tap for each elf you can, sorry, for each elf in play. Heart Warden, 1/1 taps for green. Like, it's not the first, and then Devoted Druid, you know, combo piece galore. Yeah, it's fine. But the thing about the other cards is those are elves. They have synergy. You know, there's a tribal synergy going on there. A0. I've already gone through Prophecy. I'm just flipping through Final Fantasy for stuff that might be interesting for Pauper now. Oh, Grandpa's Ochu. Oh, you look dangerous. The problem with the Ochu is it takes 8 mana to do it, but it gets bigger for each permanent card in your graveyard, which by the time you get to 8 mana, let's say turn 6, not unrealistically. How many things are going to be in your graveyard by that point? I would say at least 4. So 8 mana, this is now a 5/5 Death Touch. Only till end of the turn. But that's still a lot. I like the fact that it's a 1 mana 1/1 Death Touch with an interesting late game ability. I'm sure somebody's going to sneak it in somewhere because they want a 1/1 Death Touch that is useful later. Guess all greens. Oh, what do you guys call it? Damn it. Soylent. Make a chocobo token, i.e. a 2/2 flightless bird that when it enters, when a land enters, it gets +1/+0 till end of turn. Flashback is 7. That flashback is really high, but that's 2 mana seems really good for that. It's not crazy. But if you're building around stuff like Guess All Greens, you're probably playing more fetches. More Evolving Wilds, more access tunnels, etc., etc. Laborious Scout. Whenever another creature you control enters, this gets +1/+1 till end of turn. It's a 3 mana 3/2, which is not bad. If this was in a deck along the lines of my mono white commons deck, I don't know how viable that is. But my mono white commons deck basically being based around, you know, spend 1 card, just look at the categories here. 24 cards that are all there to spend at least 1 card, get at least 2 bodies out of it. So a quarter of the deck does that. If you do a green analog to that, this can be attacking in a single turn for like 6 damage easily. Persia's Wanderings. Search for a basic land or town, put on a battlefield tapped, then shuffle. When you search your library, oh, this is cute. Oh. Because Rampant Growth as an instant is generally 3 mana. This fetches an additional land category, town, and puts a +1 counter on a creature you control. I like that. Work! Yeah. Again, gonna be too slow for Pauper. But if people are building decks for Commander, I could see this seeing play in Standard. I don't know if it would, but I could see this thing playing standard. Summon fetch Chocobo! Chapter 1 is called Wark. Chapters 2, 3, and 4 are Kerplunk. Oh, I like this. I might want this for one or two of my commons only decks. Just to make sure I can give creatures trample. Oh, that's funny. Way too slow for Popper. Sure, go for it. If you've got it handy, just toss the link in the chat. Ideally to Scryfall. Oh, Buster Sword? This one? I mean, I like it. I think it looks cool. Why? What do you... Do you like it? Do you not like it? Are you undecided on it, or? Because, like, the other thing is, compared to the standard version, the Buster Sword just sits there, whereas this one, it's like, it's an action shot. Nice. Yeah. I like this more so than the regular version by a long shot, because, you know, it's doing something. It's not just sitting there. When this enters mill 4, you may put a land from among them into your hand. Oh yeah, this is, what was the card people were comparing it to? Oh, I know what you need to do. Where are you? Damn it. There we go. Weird. No, that's not the one I want. I'll have to fix that later. Sorry, my phone had a couple of recent updates, and I now don't know how to actually just mute it. Anyway, what was the card I'm looking for? Oh, Cedar Wayfinder. Reveal the top 4. You may put a land from among them into your hand. Put the rest in your graveyard. Mill 4. You may put a land from among them into your hand. Basically the same thing. With just an additional rider if you get a town card. Yeah, so this and Cedar Wayfinder are basically the same thing. If you're interested in running either one, run the greeter first. and then Wayfinder if you need more. In other words, if you're running Wayfinder, replace them with Greeters. Adventurer's Airship. 3 mana. Oh, this is like a common version of Smuggler's Copter. Two to cast for a 3/3 crew 1. When attacks or blocks, you may loot. Two mana for a 3/3 crew 1. Yeah. They realized Smuggler's Copter was too strong, I think. But yeah, Zero, fully agree with the Buster Sword for that. Blitzball. Blitzball I like. Blitzball might make it into some of my commons only decks to draw the extra cards. And it might actually make it in some of my other decks as well. Was dealt combat damage by... If an opponent was dealt combat damage by a legendary creature this turn. Oh! You don't have to have hit them. This person can hit this person with their general, and you can go, cool, thank you. I'm going to sack this and draw 2 cards now. That's nice. Instant ramen. A few jokes have been made about instant ramen, including the fact that Magic now has instant ramen and hot soup. Comes in play, draw a card. I don't think this does enough. It's cute, but I don't think it does enough. There's already too much fighting for, you know, come in and play, draw a card. I don't think being a food is enough here. Iron Giant. You want a big fat creature to draw out. This, because a lot of the stuff that we've been looking at had been 8 mana. This is a really good 7 mana creature. I know for my commons only deck, my commons only mono brown deck, I want this. Lunatic Pandora, hilariously a legendary artifact, which really hard to find legendary stuff at common. Come on. Alright, maybe there. Sort by cooler. You have your backgrounds. You have Skoa, Chandler, Joven, and some ancient vanilla. Creatures from Legends. And now you have Lunatic Pandora. 1 to cast, 2 taps, surveil 1. 6 taps and sack hit, destroy target non-land permanent. I think it's going to see some play because of the Surveil one. I don't expect it to see a lot, but I think it's going to see some. I think if somebody's building a control deck, they want this. And at some point, they'll be like, hey, by the way, I need to blow up your giant, your giant ocean beast or whatever. I think it'll see a bit of play. Magic Pot. Magic Pot, I'm seeing a little bit like Honored Heirloom. I prefer Honored Heirloom. Same cost, same last ability, but tap for any color, as opposed to being a 1/4 that when it dies you make a treasure. I think Honored Heirloom is generally going to be better overall. And I don't think the pot's good enough for Pauper. Monk's Fist is just going to make it into a 2-mana. You're going to make a 2-mana 2/1. The big reason to play Monk's Fist over any other 2-mana 2-power creature, you're not casting a creature, you're casting an artifact. It's also got a cheap equip cost of only 2. It's, for that part in of itself, it probably should be an equip cost of 1 in my opinion, because you're comparing it to things like Bone Splitter. Which is 1 to cast, 1 to equip, or maybe like Short Sword is a better comparison. 1 to cast, 1 to equip, +1/+1. Monk's Fist, 2 to cast, 2 to equip, +1/+0. I don't think so. World map. World map is basically if you need more than one expedition map. However, like this is wait for his bubble. 1 to cast, 2 tap, search for a basic land card, put on a battlefield, tap, and shuffle. If you're looking for a basic land card, you play Wayfarer's Bauble first. If you're looking for any land, you play Expedition Map first. If you really absolutely must have an additional effect of that, then consider playing World Map. But I mean, you're doing that for this effect. You're doing this for the second ability, not the first one. Your various, your 10 dual lands. Again, if you have a choice between playing gates and playing towns, there's no difference between the two of them, except that some cards care about gates and some cards care about towns. And if neither one happen to make any difference to your deck, play whichever one you've got access to. Adventurers in. Do you need a second Do you need a second version of Radiant Fountain? Are you playing a a deck that's got a fair amount of colorless requirements, and you've already got Radiant Fountain, run this. Crossroads Village, you play it in limited, and that's it. Anyway, it is a little later than I wanted it to be. I think I'm going to log off for the night. I will see you guys next week. And before I do that, I have to merge the two videos together. So have a good night, people. See you next week when we hit Invasion. That should be fun. Anyway, good night.